Rewrite Our Stars. A Sapphic, trans-inclusive small-town romance about second chances and unexpected love. By Riley Fox. Copyright 2025 by Riley Fox. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. 1. Unexpected Homecoming. Mara's car crept down Main Street at a snail's pace, her knuckles white against the steering wheel. 10 years. 10 years since she'd driven down this stretch of road, yet muscle memory guided her past landmarks that simultaneously felt frozen in time and jarringly different. The Hollow Bean Cafe sported a cheerful coat of periwinkle blue, where once it had been a faded green. Through the windows, she could see the same mismatched armchairs where she'd spent countless afternoons sketching recipe ideas and pretending to study. Miller's Grocery still had that ridiculous awning with the cartoon vegetables that had embarrassed her as a teenager. And there was Hargrove Park, where summer evenings stretched endlessly into night, fireflies emerging as teenagers claimed picnic tables and whispered secrets. "It's just a town," she muttered to herself, ignoring the twist in her stomach that felt suspiciously like homesickness mixed with dread. "Just buildings and streets." But as she turned onto Maple Drive, the familiar rows of Victorian houses with their meticulous gardens made her throat tighten. Mrs. Gonzalez was out front, her tiny frame bent over a rose bush, wielding pruning shears with surgical precision. The woman had to be pushing 80 now, but her garden remained the neighborhood showpiece. Mrs. Gonzalez straightened, one hand pressing against her lower back, when she heard Mara's car. She squinted, then her face transformed with recognition. She waved with the enthusiasm of someone flagging down a parade float. Mara lifted her hand in a tentative wave, accidentally hitting her horn in the process. She grimaced, feeling heat rush to her face. In true small-town fashion, the elderly woman was already abandoning her roses and making her way toward the sidewalk, clearly intent on a proper greeting. Not ready, Mara muttered, pressing the gas a little harder and biting her lower lip. She'd have to face the town's questions eventually, but she needed to gather herself first. Her father's driveway appeared just in time, the familiar two-story colonial with its dark green shutters, freshly painted, she noticed, standing like a sentinel from her past. Mara pulled in and cut the engine, but remained seated, studying the house. Dad had maintained it beautifully, the porch swing still hanging at a slight angle, the hydrangea bushes he'd planted after Mom died now mature and exploding with blue blooms. "Come on, Holloway," she whispered to herself. "You managed a 16-hour cooking marathon for that Brooklyn food festival. You can handle dinner with your father." She grabbed her purse, sucked in a deep breath scented with freshly cut grass and hydrangeas, and stepped out of the car just as the front door swung open. "There she is." Her father's voice boomed across the yard as he bounded down the porch steps with the energy of a man 20 years younger than his 57 years. His salt and pepper hair was shorter than she remembered, but his smile was exactly the same. Before she could respond, she was enveloped in a bone-crushing hug that lifted her clear off the ground. "Dad? Can't breathe," she gasped, laughing despite herself. He set her down but kept his hands on her shoulders, studying her face with suspiciously bright eyes. 10 years is too long, kiddo." "I know. Don't you dare apologize. You're here now." He squeezed her shoulders once more before releasing her. "How was the drive? Did you hit traffic around Portland?" "Not bad. I left early to avoid the worst of it." She gestured vaguely toward her trunk. "I've got a few bags." Daniel Holloway was already heading for her car. "I've got the guest bedroom all set up for you." "Dad, I can stay in my old room." "You didn't need to?" "Nonsense. That twin bed would break your back these days. Besides, I may have converted part of your room into my reading nook." He popped the trunk and hauled out her largest suitcase with ease. "Though your bookshelves are intact. Couldn't bring myself to move all those cooking magazines you collected." They continued the awkward dance of small talk as they carried her luggage inside. How was traffic? Did she stop at that diner in New Hampshire she used to like? Was her apartment in Boston being looked after? Every question carefully avoiding the larger one hovering between them. Why had she really come back after a decade of brief holiday visits and canceled plans? Mara followed her father upstairs, pausing at the doorway of her childhood bedroom. The lavender walls were the same, though one corner now featured her father's worn leather armchair and a standing lamp. Her old desk remained by the window, and the built-in bookshelves still housed her collection of dog-eared gourmet and Bon Appetit magazines, organized by year and season. "I'll let you get settled," her father said, setting her suitcase down in the guest room across the hall. "There are fresh towels in the bathroom. Dinner in an hour?" "Perfect." She smiled. "Thanks, Dad." Once alone, Mara returned to her old bedroom, running her fingers along the spines of the magazines, over the smooth surface of the desk where she'd written countless recipe ideas. The room was smaller than she remembered, the ceiling lower, but the afternoon light still came through the window at the perfect angle, casting a warm glow across the floor. She opened the desk drawer out of habit and found a stack of her old notebooks, the cheap spiral-bound kind she'd bought in bulk whenever they went on sale. Mara pulled them out and settled onto the edge of the bed, flipping through pages of her teenage handwriting. Ambitious recipe ideas, notes from cooking shows, modifications to her mother's recipes. A dog-eared page caught her eye. Max's favorites was written at the top in bubble letters, followed by a list: mac and cheese with the crispy edges, lemon blueberry muffins, spicy hot chocolate, those weird peanut butter cookies. Mara's throat tightened. She hadn't thought about Max Reyes well, that wasn't entirely true. She deliberately avoided thinking about Max, about the confusion of feelings that had tangled inside her during senior year, about the hollow ache when they drifted apart after graduation. Dealing with enough emotional baggage without unpacking that box, she muttered, forcing a smile at her own terrible pun. She tucked the notebooks back into the drawer and returned to the guest room to unpack. Methodically, she hung her nicer outfits in the closet, arranging them by color as she always did. She lined up her toiletries on the bathroom counter, placed her laptop on the nightstand, and arranged her collection of small notebooks and pens on the desk. "Just 6 weeks," she reminded herself as she changed into fresh clothes for dinner. 6 weeks to help with the Heritage Festival, gather material for her blog, and figure out what the hell she was doing with her life. Simple. The next morning found Mara sitting in her car outside the community center, gripping her phone as she framed another photo of the building. The recent renovation had transformed the once drab municipal building into something rather charming, with large windows and hanging flower baskets flanking the entrance. "Procrastinating much?" she muttered to herself, reviewing the shots she'd taken. None of them were actually usable for her blog. She was stalling, and she knew it. Inside that building was a room full of people who'd known her when she was awkward, uncertain Mara Holloway with food-stained notebooks and too many opinions about proper pie crust technique. People who might ask why she'd never come back for more than Christmas, why her big city culinary dreams had morphed into a moderately successful food blog instead of the restaurant she'd always talked about. "Oh, for heaven's sake," she chided herself, gathering her bag and notebook. "You've dined with James Beard winners? You can handle a small-town festival committee." The community center lobby was bright and airy, with a wall of community announcements and a helpful sign indicating Festival Committee, room 3 inches with an arrow. Mara followed it down a hallway, hearing the buzz of conversation before she reached the open door. She slipped inside and took a seat near the back, surveying the room. There were about 20 people gathered, some faces familiar, like old Mr. Peterson who taught chemistry and still wore the same style of bow tie, and others she didn't recognize at all. Before she could finish her assessment, Mayor Gloria Winters spotted her from across the room. The mayor's face lit up like she'd just won the lottery, and she made a beeline toward Mara with the determined stride that had won her 8 consecutive terms. "Mara Holloway," the mayor announced, loud enough to silence every conversation in the room. "Our hometown food extraordinaire has returned." All heads swiveled in her direction. Mara felt heat creeping up her neck, as she gave an awkward wave. Hi everyone. Just here to help with the festival. Mayor Winters was already ushering her toward a seat closer to the front. Nonsense. With your expertise, you're going to revolutionize our food offerings this year. Did you all know that Mara runs that wonderful blog? What's it called again, dear? Comfort and Spice, Mara supplied, clutching her notebook to her chest like a shield. Yes. She makes traditional recipes with those clever twists. Perfect for our Heritage Festival theme this year. The mayor continued singing her praises as Mara sank into the offered chair, wondering if it was too late to volunteer for something less visible, like trash collection. The room quieted as someone moved to the front. Mara looked up to see a tall woman taking position at the small podium. She had shoulder-length dark hair that fell in soft waves, and she moved with a confident grace that immediately commanded attention. Something about her was strangely familiar, the way she stood perhaps, or the fluid gesture of her hand as she arranged her notes. "Good morning, everyone," she said, her voice warm and assured. "For those who don't know me, I'm Morgan Reyes, your festival coordinator." The woman tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and the simple gesture hit Mara like a physical blow. She knew that movement, had seen it countless times across cafeteria tables and in the back row of history class. But it couldn't be. Mara stared, her mind struggling to reconcile the poised woman before her with memories of her teenage best friend. The warm hazel eyes were the same, as was the small crease that appeared between her brows when she was focusing. But everything else, the confident stance, the feminine elegance in her movements, the self-assured smile, felt both familiar and entirely new. Morgan continued outlining the festival schedule, her gaze sweeping the room and briefly meeting Mara's. There was a slight hitch in her presentation, a momentary pause that confirmed she'd recognized Mara too. When it came time for introductions around the room, Mara's heart hammered against her ribs. She'd faced down demanding food critics and temperamental chefs, but somehow this moment felt more terrifying than any professional challenge. "I'm Mara Holloway," she began when her turn came, her voice mercifully steady. "I'm back in town for the summer, and—" The notebook slipped from her suddenly clumsy fingers, sending recipe cards scattering across the floor in a colorful confetti of culinary notes. She dropped to her knees, mortified, gathering cards that read "Experiment with cardamom" and "Too much paprika" in her hasty scrawl. A pair of hands joined hers in collecting the cards. Mara looked up to find Morgan kneeling beside her, efficiently stacking the rescued notes. "Still organizing recipes on index cards, I see," Morgan said softly, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she handed over the stack. Their fingers brushed, and Mara felt an unexpected tingle race up her arm. "Some habits die hard," she managed to reply, hyper-aware of how close they were of the subtle floral scent of Morgan's perfume. "I remember the color coding system," Morgan said, her voice pitched just for Mara's ears as they both straightened. "Blue for desserts, green for vegetarian, red for spicy?" Mara nodded, surprised and touched that Morgan remembered such a detail from their past. "You have a good memory." Before Morgan could respond, Mayor Winters clapped her hands for attention. "Now for committee assignments," she announced, consulting her clipboard with the air of a general deploying troops. "Mara, with your background, you'll head our culinary committee, of course." "Oh, I hadn't actually planned to," Mara began, but the mayor steamrolled onward. "And Morgan will work directly with you, since food is half our attraction." Mayor Winters beamed, a suspicious twinkle in her eye. "You two already know each other from school, if I recall correctly?" "Perfect." Mara looked across the room at Morgan, who met her gaze with a measured expression that revealed little. Something fluttered in Mara's stomach, not quite nervousness, not quite excitement, but some confusing mixture of both. "Great," she heard herself say, the single syllable utterly inadequate for the complexity of emotions swirling through her. The rest of the meeting passed in a blur of announcements and assignments. Mara took dutiful notes, but her attention kept drifting to Morgan, the confident way she fielded questions, how she laughed at someone's joke, the graceful movement of her hands as she described the festival layout. As the meeting wrapped up, Mara gathered her things slowly, uncertain whether to approach Morgan or wait for her to make the first move. They'd been inseparable once, finishing each other's sentences and sharing inside jokes that no one else understood. Now they were practically strangers, separated by 10 years and changes Mara was only beginning to understand. "Mara," Morgan's voice came from beside her. "Do you have a few minutes to go over the culinary committee specifics? We could grab coffee at the Hollow Bean." Up close, the differences and similarities between Morgan and the Max of Mara's memories were even more apparent. The same expressive eyes and thoughtful gaze, but now framed by subtly shaped brows. The same warm smile, but softer somehow on a face that had lost its teenage angles. "I'd like that," Mara replied, realizing with surprise that it was absolutely true.
2. A new introduction. Morgan frowned at her clipboard, puzzled by the extra set of agenda copies still in her stack. She glanced over the tiny room, mentally tallying the dozen or so familiar faces who'd been kind enough or curious enough to show up for this year's Summer Lights Festival Planning Committee. Typically, attendance dwindled after the initial enthusiasm wore off, but today they had a latecomer. The community center door creaked open, and someone slipped into the back row. Morgan didn't look up immediately, too focused on her color-coded notes for the presentation. The festival was only 6 weeks away, and there were approximately 432 details demanding her attention before then. Mara Holloway. Mayor Winter's delighted voice carried across the room with unmistakable enthusiasm. "Everyone, look who's back in town." Morgan's pen froze mid-checkmark. Her gaze lifted slowly as her brain processed a name she hadn't heard spoken aloud in years. Mara Holloway. In this room. Right now. She found herself staring at a woman with the same warm brown eyes she remembered, though they were wider now with what looked like mild embarrassment at the mayor's enthusiastic introduction. Her dark curly hair was twisted into a messy bun, a few rebellious strands framing her face. When she nervously bit her lower lip, a gesture so achingly familiar it made Morgan's chest tighten, the last piece clicked into place. Morgan's carefully organized thoughts scattered like leaves in a windstorm. Her fingers instinctively found the vintage butterfly brooch pinned to her blouse, her good luck charm for difficult days. She hadn't anticipated needing it quite this much. The mayor was still talking, something about culinary expertise and hometown talent. Morgan forced her attention back to the present moment, straightening her shoulders and taking a silent, steadying breath. "Well, let's not keep everyone waiting," Mayor Winters concluded, beaming at Morgan. "Morgan, why don't you kick us off?" Everyone turned toward her expectantly, including Mara, whose expression had shifted from mild embarrassment to something more complex, confusion giving way to shock, and then unmistakably recognition. "Thank you, Mayor Winters." Morgan's voice emerged steady and professional, a small victory. "For those who don't know me, I'm Morgan Reyes, the festival coordinator for the 3rd year running." She deliberately made eye contact with each committee member as she spoke, her gaze eventually, inevitably, landing on Mara. Her heart hammered against her ribs, but her voice remained calm, her exterior composed. Years of practice had perfected this particular skill. "We have an ambitious timeline this year," Morgan continued, smoothly transitioning to the festival planning while checking items off in her planner. "Our theme is Connected Constellations, celebrating both the night sky and our community's interconnectedness." As she outlined the festival zones and working groups, Morgan found her rhythm again. This was familiar territory: logistics, planning, the careful orchestration of moving parts. She could do this in her sleep. "Let's go around the room for introductions before we divide into working groups," Morgan suggested, silently calculating how many minutes before she'd need to directly interact with Mara. "Please share your name and what area you're interested in contributing to." The introductions proceeded predictably. Mrs. Chen from the library wanted to organize the children's story hour. Darius from the high school offered his students as volunteers. Pastor Williams pledged the church parking lot for overflow. Then it was Mara's turn. "I'm Mara Holloway," she began, her voice softer than Morgan remembered. "I'm a food blogger and I—" The index cards Mara had been holding fluttered to the floor like oversized confetti. Without hesitation, Morgan moved from her position at the front of the room, kneeling to help gather them. "Recipe ideas?" Morgan asked, noticing the neat handwriting filling each card with ingredient lists and cooking times. Their fingers brushed as they both reached for the same card, and Morgan felt a ridiculous jolt of awareness at the contact. "Still organizing recipes on index cards, I see," she said softly, the words escaping before she could analyze whether acknowledging their shared past was wise. Mara's eyes widened slightly. "Some habits stick," she replied, a ghost of a smile tugging at her lips. "I'm interested in helping with the food vendors, and maybe doing some cooking demonstrations, if that would be useful." Morgan handed over the last card, careful to avoid another accidental touch. "That would be perfect, actually. We've been hoping to expand the culinary offerings this year." "Wonderful." Mayor Winters clapped her hands together with suspicious enthusiasm. "Mara, why don't you work directly with Morgan on the food planning? You two can coordinate all the vendors and demonstrations. I'm sure you'll work beautifully together." Morgan returned to the front of the room, inwardly sighing at the mayor's transparent matchmaking. Gloria Winters had taken Morgan under her wing when she'd returned to town 3 years ago, and had apparently appointed herself as Morgan's personal cheerleader and would-be fairy godmother. "The festival has 3 main food areas," Morgan explained, slipping back into coordinator mode as she distributed handouts. "The boardwalk with quick bites, the heritage garden featuring traditional local cuisine, and the pavilion for sit-down meals and demonstrations." As she outlined the festival's culinary expectations, Morgan found her gaze repeatedly drawn to Mara. She changed. There was a quiet confidence in the way she studied the handouts, a thoughtfulness in how she tilted her head slightly when listening. Yet she was also unmistakably the same person who had once been Max's best friend. Morgan's thoughts drifted as she continued her presentation on autopilot. 16-year-old Mara, excitedly sharing homemade cookies in the school cafeteria. Late-night conversations about dreams and futures, huddled under the bleachers during a rainstorm. The awkward goodbye before Mara left for culinary school, when Morgan was still Max, still struggling to articulate the feelings that tangled beneath the surface of their friendship. The familiar tightness crept into her chest. Morgan tapped her pen against her planner, a grounding technique her therapist had recommended. 3 quick taps. Back to the present. "Any questions about the timeline?" Morgan asked, refocusing on the task at hand. Several hands went up, and she answered each question with her characteristic efficiency, hyper-aware of Mara watching her from across the room. When a strand of hair fell across her face, she automatically tucked it behind her ear, a nervous habit she'd never managed to break. From the corner of her vision, she caught Mara's small smile of recognition at the familiar gesture. Something warm unfurled in Morgan's chest, quickly tamped down by professional discipline. Whatever feelings were bubbling up could be examined later, preferably in the privacy of her apartment with a glass of wine and her therapy journal. The meeting began to wind down after committee assignments were distributed. Morgan focused intently on gathering her materials, deliberately taking her time as others filtered out of the room. She wasn't sure whether to approach Mara directly or wait, uncertain which option would make her seem more desperate to connect or more desperate to avoid connecting. "That was definitely more organized than any committee meeting I remember from high school," Mara said, approaching Morgan's table with a hesitant smile. "You've always had a talent for getting people on board with your vision." Morgan looked up from her planner, momentarily caught off guard by the direct address. "The trick is to make them believe it was their idea all along," she replied, surprising herself with the ease of the response. "But I've had plenty of practice since then. Event planning is basically just organized chaos." Well, you make it look effortless. Mara paused, fidgeting slightly with one of her recipe cards. Listen, I know this is probably a bit weird, me showing up out of nowhere after all this time. 10 years, 3 months, Morgan said, immediately wishing she could retract the words that revealed she'd kept track. More casually, she added, it's fine. People come back to visit all the time. Right. Mara nodded. Anyway, I'm looking forward to working together on the food planning. It's nice to see you again. The sincerity in Mara's voice caught Morgan off guard. There was no awkwardness or performative acceptance in her tone, just genuine warmth with an undercurrent of something Morgan couldn't quite identify. You too, Morgan managed, closing her planner and sliding it into her messenger bag. I should get these materials back to the office before I head out. In the parking lot, Morgan was organizing festival supply catalogs in her trunk when a shadow fell across her. She turned to find Mara standing there, golden in the late afternoon sunlight. Morgan? Mara said, the name flowing naturally from her lips, sending an unexpected wave of warmth through Morgan's chest. I realized we didn't exchange contact information for the food planning. Right, Morgan replied, reaching for her phone. That would have been a great start to our collaboration. No way to actually collaborate. They exchanged numbers, Morgan standing slightly farther away than necessary, a habit developed from years of carefully managing her personal space. As they completed the simple task, Morgan found herself relaxing incrementally. Throughout the entire interaction, Mara had used her name without hesitation, her pronouns without awkwardness. No double takes, no studious avoidance of certain topics, none of the subtle signs Morgan had become attuned to recognizing when people struggled with her identity. The simple, ordinary respect in this interaction loosened something in Morgan's chest. I should warn you, Mara said as she saved Morgan's contact information. I've been told my food puns are criminally bad, so there's a lot at stake in this partnership. The terrible pun startled a genuine laugh from Morgan. That was awful, she said, but she was smiling now, the professional mask slipping just enough to reveal the person underneath. Apparently, I still make terrible jokes when I'm nervous, Mara admitted with a self-deprecating shrug. Some things never change. Morgan found herself curious about what had changed and what hadn't in Mara's life over the past decade. Before she could second-guess herself, she pulled out her planner and flipped to tomorrow's schedule. I have a vendor meeting until 2, she said, overriding her instinct to create distance. The Firefly Cafe has decent tables for planning if you'd like to meet there afterward. We could brainstorm the menu lineup and vendor selection. The invitation hung between them, weighted with more significance than a simple planning session. Morgan watched Mara carefully, searching for signs of reluctance or discomfort. The Firefly is still there? With the mismatched armchairs and that blackberry pie? Mara's face lit up. I'd love that. 3 o'clock? 3 works perfectly, Morgan confirmed, making a note in her planner. As they finalized plans, Morgan realized Mara was studying her face, not with the uncomfortable scrutiny she sometimes received from those who knew her before, but with a warm familiarity. The look in her eyes suggested she was seeking the person she remembered beneath the changes time had wrought, and finding her. Morgan unconsciously touched her vintage dragonfly brooch. I'll bring the vendor applications and space layout, she added, her coordinator voice returning. And I'll bring my recipe ideas and a list of local producers, Mara replied, matching her professional tone, though her smile remained warm. They said their goodbyes, and Morgan watched Mara walk to her car, a curious mixture of emotions swirling through her chest. Only when Mara's car pulled away from the community center did Morgan allow herself a private moment of vulnerability. She took a deep breath and whispered, "Well, that wasn't in today's planner." The understatement almost made her laugh. She opened her car's center console, where she kept her emergency kit, a collection of items her therapist had suggested for managing unexpected emotional situations. She pulled out the mini stress relief notepad and scribbled quickly. Mara is back. She sees me. Not the old me, not some version she's trying to reconcile, just me. I don't know what that means yet. Feelings complicated. Approach with caution. Remember boundaries. Breathe. Morgan closed the notebook, replaced it in the console, and started her car. Tomorrow was already meticulously planned in 15-minute increments up until her 3 p.m. meeting with Mara. What happened after that remained unscheduled, unpredictable, a blank space in her color-coded life that was equally thrilling and terrifying to contemplate.
3. Brewing memories. Mara arrived at the Firefly Cafe 15 minutes early, her hands fidgeting with the zipper of her jacket before she finally took it off. She chose a corner table with good natural lighting, positioning herself so she could see both the door and the rest of the cafe's charming interior. The mismatched vintage chairs and local artwork gave the place a cozy, lived-in feel that immediately made her feel both nostalgic and inspired. She arranged her recipe notebook and laptop on the wooden table, aligning them perfectly, before realizing she was being ridiculous and deliberately messing them up a little. After ordering a chai latte from a server who looked vaguely familiar, maybe the younger sister of someone from her class, Mara pulled out her phone and started taking photos of the cafe's eclectic decor. The walls featured paintings from local artists, vintage coffee advertisements, and faded photographs of the town from decades past. She angled her phone to capture the way sunlight streamed through the stained glass accents on the windows, casting colorful patterns across the worn wooden floor. When her chai arrived, she hesitated, phone hovering above the ceramic mug with its perfect swirl of foam. Is this too predictable? She wondered. The food blogger who can't have a meal without documenting it first? But then again, the chai looked particularly photogenic with its dusting of cinnamon forming a delicate pattern atop the foam. The cafe's logo, a stylized firefly, was stenciled perfectly on top. It's not being predictable, it's being professional, she decided, quickly taking 3 shots from different angles before putting her phone down. She'd been documenting her food for so long it felt strange not to. Like going out without wearing earrings or forgetting to brush her teeth. She opened her laptop and glanced at her notes about potential festival vendors, trying to focus on work instead of the anxiety bubbling in her stomach. The last time she'd seen Morgan, or Max as she'd known them then, had been the summer after high school graduation. They'd promised to keep in touch, but like most high school friendships, distance and time had eroded their connection to occasional social media likes and birthday texts that eventually faded to nothing. And now Morgan was. The cafe door chimed, and Mara's head snapped up so quickly she felt a twinge in her neck. Morgan entered, elegant in a floral blouse and a knee-length skirt with practical-looking pockets. Her dark hair fell in soft waves just past her shoulders, catching the light as she scanned the room. Mara wasn't the only one who noticed her arrival. Nearly every head in the cafe turned, following Morgan's progress as she confidently navigated between tables toward the back corner. Mrs. Thornton and her bridge club, seated nearby, whispered behind their menus while stealing not-so-subtle glances. Morgan moved with grace, her posture straight but not stiff. She wore small turquoise earrings that caught the light when she turned her head. The way she scanned the entire room before settling into a seat was achingly familiar. The same careful observation Morgan had always practiced, even as a teenager who preferred to know all exits and entrances to any space. But there was something new in the feminine confidence of her movements, a comfort in her own skin that Mara had never seen before. "Hi," Mara said as Morgan approached, her voice coming out higher than intended. Morgan smiled, pulling out the chair across from her. "Hey yourself. You found the best spot in the house." Old habits. Good lighting is the food photographer's best friend. Mara gestured to her arranged materials, suddenly self-conscious about how prepared she looked. "I brought some menu ideas," she added too quickly, pushing her notebook across the table while acutely aware that Mrs. Thornton and her bridge club were openly staring from the next table. Morgan smiled knowingly as she settled into her chair, clearly used to being the subject of small-town attention. "I appreciate the preparation. I came ready too." She pulled a folder from her bag, setting it on the table. Vendor applications from last year, and a map of possible booth arrangements. When the server approached, Morgan ordered a black coffee with a splash of almond milk. The familiarity of the order, Morgan had always taken coffee the same way in high school, created an unexpected wave of comfort for Mara. Some things hadn't changed. So, Morgan said, opening the folder once the server left, I was thinking we could start by reviewing who participated last year and then discuss new possibilities. Mara nodded, grateful for the businesslike approach. She could handle talking about food. I looked through the vendor list you emailed. There's good diversity, but I thought we might want more options for people with dietary restrictions. That's exactly what I was thinking. Morgan pulled out a catalog of regional food vendors. There's a new gluten-free bakery in Millfield that's supposed to be amazing. They both reached for the catalog at the same time, fingers brushing. Mara felt a surprising jolt of warmth and quickly withdrew her hand, knocking over her spoon in the process. Sorry. I'm just trying to get a handle on the situation, she blurted, then winced at her own terrible pun. Morgan rolled her eyes and smiled, a gesture so achingly familiar from their teenage years that Mara momentarily lost her train of thought. It was the same exasperated but amused expression she'd seen countless times when they'd studied together, or when Mara had made similarly terrible jokes during late-night conversations. Your pun game hasn't improved, I see, Morgan said dryly. My food puns are a rare medium well done, Mara replied, then laughed at Morgan's groan. Sorry, couldn't resist. As they worked through the vendor list, Mara found herself impressed by Morgan's thoughtful approach. She asked detailed questions about allergen considerations, sustainability practices, and price points that would keep the festival accessible to everyone. What about Peterson's farm? Mara suggested, remembering the organic produce stand from the farmer's market of her youth. Are they still around? They are, but their son runs it now. Expanded into heirloom varieties. They'd be perfect for the farm-to-table demonstration you mentioned. And we should include Alina's bakery, of course. Her cinnamon rolls alone would draw people from 3 counties away. Oh, definitely. Alina's already on board. She's been part of every town event since she took over the family business. They fell into a comfortable rhythm, Mara suggesting culinary concepts while Morgan mapped out logistical considerations. Morgan's organizational mind complemented Mara's creative vision in a way that felt natural. When Morgan suggested grouping vendors by cuisine type rather than size, Mara immediately saw how it would enhance the visitor experience, allowing people to explore different culinary themes throughout the festival grounds. They both reached for their drinks at the same time and said in perfect unison, the key to a good festival is keeping the mayor caffeinated. They froze, looking at each other in surprise before breaking into laughter. Mayor Winters still says that at every meeting? Mara asked, grinning. Morgan nodded, her eyes crinkling at the corners. At least 3 times per planning session. Some things in this town are eternal. The air between them suddenly felt lighter, as if they'd passed some invisible threshold. Mara found herself relaxing into the conversation, the initial awkwardness dissolving as they rediscovered their natural rapport. The cafe door burst open with a gust of wind and conversation, and Mara looked up to see Elena Martinez sweeping in, her dark curly hair piled atop her head and flowers still dusting the sleeve of her sweater. When Elena spotted them, her eyes widened dramatically. Mara Holloway. You're back and you didn't tell me first? She exclaimed, rushing over and engulfing Mara in a dramatic hug that nearly knocked over their coffee cups. Elena? I was going to stop by the bakery tomorrow, Mara said, laughing as she returned the embrace. Elena smelled like vanilla and cinnamon, just as she always had. Not acceptable, Elena declared, finally releasing her. She immediately turned to Morgan, with a warm smile. Hey Morgan. I see you've kidnapped my prodigal friend, before I could get my hands on her. Festival business, Morgan said with a grin. You know how it is. Mara observed their easy rapport with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. There was none of the awkwardness she'd felt during her own reunion with Morgan. Elena treated Morgan with comfortable familiarity, using her name naturally and touching her shoulder as they spoke. Elena pulled up a chair uninvited, squeezing in between them at the small table. "So what delicious plans are you two hatching for the festival? Please tell me there's room for my new lavender honey scones. They've been flying out of the bakery cases." "We'd be idiots not to include them," Morgan said. "Your booth was the most popular food vendor last year." "That's because I bribed the committee chair with extra pastries." Elena winked conspiratorially at Mara. "Morgan's a pushover for my cinnamon rolls." "It wasn't bribery, it was quality control," Morgan protested, but her smile betrayed her. They fell into an animated discussion about dessert collaborations, with Elena suggesting a thematic approach that would highlight local specialties. Mara watched how naturally Elena and Morgan interacted, seeing glimpses of Morgan's established life in town through their conversation. They referenced past events and shared acquaintances, painting a picture of Morgan's place in the community. "You should see what Morgan did with the holiday festival," Elena told Mara. "She transformed the town square with this amazing light display shaped like constellations. People drove from 3 towns over to see it." Morgan shook her head modestly. "It wasn't that complicated. Just some strategic string lights and a basic knowledge of star patterns." "She's being humble. She got written up in the regional magazine for it," Elena insisted. After a few minutes of catching up, Elena checked her watch and jumped up. "Shoot, I left Zach alone with the afternoon rush. I need to get back." She gave Mara another quick hug. "You'd better come by the bakery tomorrow. I want to hear everything about your fancy food blog adventures." "I promise," Mara said. Elena squeezed Morgan's shoulder. "And you, I need those permit forms for the Arts Council no later than Thursday." "Already on my desk, signed and ready," Morgan replied. As Elena headed for the door, she called back over her shoulder, "Both of you, bakery, tomorrow morning. I'm testing new recipes and need honest opinions." The cafe seemed suddenly quieter after Elena's departure. Mara noticed that the bridge club ladies had abandoned all pretense of playing cards and were openly watching them. Around the room, other patrons occasionally glanced their way with barely concealed interest. Mara took a sip of her chai, which had grown lukewarm, and decided to address the elephant in the room. "Remember when we used to hide out in the science building during lunch to avoid all the high school drama?" She gestured subtly to the eavesdroppers. "Some things never change." Morgan's face softened with recognition. "Room 214. Mr. Hendricks never asked questions when we ate lunch in there during his planning period. He just made us solve one calculus problem as rent," Mara remembered, smiling. "Small towns and their spectator sports," Morgan said quietly, casting a knowing glance at their audience. "You get used to it. At least now they're mostly just curious rather than judgmental." "Mostly?" Mara asked. Morgan shrugged one shoulder. "It's been a journey. But the town's come around in ways I never expected." She launched into a story about last year's festival planning, describing how the fire department had volunteered to build a special stage for the drag show portion of the talent competition. "Chief Russell himself was out there with a power drill," Morgan said, wearing one of those rainbow Love is Love shirts his daughter bought him. "The same man who used to give us detention for dress code violations in high school." As Morgan spoke about her life in town, Mara noticed how she unconsciously touched her turquoise earring when answering more personal questions, a new habit that Mara found herself watching for throughout their conversation. It seemed to be a self-soothing gesture, something Morgan did when navigating more vulnerable territory. They eventually returned to hashing out a tentative food vendor layout, with Mara suggesting clustering complementary cuisines together. "What if we created a kind of culinary journey?" Mara suggested, pulling her notebook closer. "Start with appetizers and small plates near the entrance, then move through different cultural cuisines, and end with a dessert section near the music stage?" That would work perfectly with the flow we're planning, Morgan agreed. And it gives people a natural path through the festival. Mara reached for her phone. Let me show you some photos from my blog. I did a piece on the Portland Street Food Festival that might give us some inspiration. As she pulled up her website, their fingers brushed again when Morgan reached to help angle the screen. This time, neither pulled away immediately. Mara felt a flutter of something more than nostalgia at the brief contact. Morgan scrolled through the photographs, offering insightful comments on each dish. These nighttime shots with the string lights are gorgeous, she said, zooming in on a particular image. We could create something similar with the right lighting setup. You've seen my blog before? Mara asked, surprised. A faint blush colored Morgan's cheeks. I might have followed your work for a while. Your piece on reimagined comfort food was brilliant. The knowledge that Morgan had been keeping tabs on her career created a warm glow in Mara's chest. While they had drifted apart, they hadn't completely lost track of each other. As their meeting wrapped up after nearly 2 hours, they gathered their materials and agreed to visit the festival grounds together later in the week. Thursday afternoon works for me, Morgan said as they walked to their cars in the fading daylight. The light will be perfect then, for scouting photo opportunities. Mara paused on the sidewalk, taking a quick photo of the sunset bathing Main Street in golden light. This would make perfect lighting for food stalls, she observed, checking the image on her screen. Morgan moved beside her, looking at the photo. If we set up the main food court on the west side of the square, you'd catch this exact light in the evening. There's a spot under the old oak tree that would be perfect for your photographs. The moment felt charged with possibility as they stood side by side, watching the sun sink lower behind the buildings of their hometown. The familiar had become new again, and Mara found herself already looking forward to their next meeting. I'll see you Thursday then, Mara said, reluctantly stepping toward her car. And tomorrow at Alina's, I guess. Morgan smiled, the fading sunlight catching her turquoise earrings. It's a date. She paused. I mean, a plan. It's a plan. Right? Mara nodded, a small smile playing at her lips as she slipped into her car, her mind already swirling with festival ideas and the strange, wonderful feeling of being in Morgan's presence again.
4. The woman behind the festival. Morgan checked her watch for the third time, adjusting the vintage owl brooch pinned to her blouse as she waited outside the community center. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the parking lot, and she used the extra minutes to review her color-coded map of festival locations. She'd laminated it that morning, perhaps excessive, but the weather forecast mentioned possible showers later in the week. A silver sedan pulled into the lot, and Morgan's heart performed an unexpected little leap when she spotted Mara behind the wheel. She smoothed down her skirt and tucked the map into her leather portfolio, willing her expression to remain professional despite the flutter of anticipation in her stomach. Mara emerged from the car wearing dark jeans and a simple white blouse, but it was the vibrant teal scarf with gold accents wrapped loosely around her neck that caught Morgan's eye. It complemented her dark curls perfectly, bringing out warm highlights Morgan hadn't noticed before. Sorry if I kept you waiting, Mara said, adjusting her bag on her shoulder. I got lost in recipe testing and lost track of time. Morgan found herself smiling despite her best intentions to maintain professional distance. Still experimenting with flavors at the last minute? Some things never change. Guilty as charged. Mara's answering smile held a hint of self-consciousness. Though now I document everything obsessively for the blog. My followers expect precise measurements. Your followers have good taste then. Morgan gestured toward the square. I thought we could walk through the main festival areas, get you oriented to the layout, before we start planning food placement. They fell into step together, Morgan deliberately maintaining a comfortable distance between them. The sidewalks were familiar territory, she'd walked them hundreds of times since taking the festival coordinator position, but having Mara beside her made everything feel slightly altered, as if the town itself had shifted a few degrees. The festival has expanded quite a bit in recent years, Morgan explained, pointing to various landmarks as they walked. We used to concentrate everything in the square, but now we stretch all the way to Riverside Park and use parts of Main Street as well. She gestured with practiced confidence, indicating where vendor booths would be positioned and how foot traffic typically flowed. The food court area will be here, with communal seating in the center. We found that grouping similar vendors creates congestion, so we try to alternate food types to spread the crowd. Morgan paused her explanation when she noticed Mara wasn't looking at the clipboard or following her pointing finger. Instead, Mara was watching her with undisguised admiration, head slightly tilted. Morgan faltered mid-sentence. "What?" she asked, suddenly self-conscious. Mara shook her head slightly. "Nothing. It's just, you're really in your element here. It's impressive." "Oh." Morgan felt warmth spread across her cheeks. "Thank you." They reached the park entrance, where Morgan had planned their first stop. She pulled out her phone, opening her meticulously organized photos folder. "This is what the entrance looked like 3 years ago before we revamped it," she said, handing Mara her phone. The image showed a plain gateway with a basic banner. She swiped to the next photo. "And this was last year." The transformation was dramatic. Twinkling lights wrapped around the archway, colorful pennants, artfully arranged flower displays, and a professionally designed welcome sign. Mara leaned close to see the screen better, her shoulder brushing against Morgan's. A wave of jasmine scent, Mara's perfume, wafted toward her, and Morgan momentarily lost her train of thought as memories collided with present reality. "You've really revitalized these events," Mara said, looking up with genuine appreciation in her eyes. "The whole town seems more alive somehow." Morgan stood a bit taller, unable to suppress the pride that bloomed in her chest. "That's the goal. We want to honor traditions while making them feel fresh." They continued walking, stopping at planned locations to discuss logistics. Morgan pulled out her detailed maps, explaining how the food trucks would be arranged. "We need to keep the ice cream and frozen dessert vendors in the shade," she explained. "Last year, Ella's Gelato nearly had a meltdown, literally and figuratively, when we put her in direct sunlight." Mara laughed, then launched into possibilities for themed food sections, her hands moving animatedly as she described a potential streets of the world concept. Morgan watched, transfixed by the familiar gesture. Mara had always talked with her hands when passionate about food ideas, the same enthusiasm lighting her eyes now as when they'd sat cross-legged on Morgan's bed in high school, Mara explaining her latest culinary experiment. The recognition sent a warm pulse through Morgan's chest. Beneath everything that had changed, fundamental pieces remained the same. As they crossed through the center of town, Morgan was pulled from her thoughts by frequent interruptions. The postal worker waved from across the street. "Looking forward to the festival, Morgan." 2 members of the town council stopped them to ask about schedule changes. The owner of the bookstore emerged specifically to tell Morgan her window display idea was brilliant. Each interaction was brief, but Morgan noticed how Mara's expression shifted from surprise to something like appreciation. It wasn't until they'd passed the 5th person who greeted Morgan by name that Mara commented. "You've really made your place here, haven't you?" she asked quietly. Morgan shrugged slightly. "It's a small town. Everyone knows everyone." "No," Mara shook her head. "It's more than that. They respect you. Your ideas. Your leadership." She paused. "It's nice to see." Morgan felt a conflicting mixture of pride and vulnerability under Mara's observant gaze. Being seen clearly had always been complicated, both desired and feared. With Mara, the feeling intensified, layered with their history and all the years between. "The town square is next," Morgan said, redirecting the conversation to safer ground. "It's our centerpiece." The square opened before them, with its Victorian-era gazebo and towering oak trees. Currently empty, except for a few residents enjoying the afternoon sun, it would soon be transformed into the heart of the festival. We'll hang thousands of string lights from these trees, Morgan explained, her hands tracing paths in the air. The main stage goes there, with seating arranged in a semicircle. Vendor booths line the perimeter, and we use the gazebo for acoustic performances and the lantern ceremony on the final night. As she spoke, Morgan slipped unconsciously into what her colleagues called her event planner mode, voice animated, eyes bright, words flowing faster as she described her vision. Midway through explaining the lighting design, she caught herself and stopped abruptly. "Sorry," she said. "I tend to get carried away with the details." Rather than looking bored, Mara's eyes were bright with excitement. "No, don't apologize. I can picture it perfectly because of how you describe it." She gestured toward the trees. "What if we incorporated food elements that complement the lighting theme? Like desserts with edible gold that catch the light, or drinks with illuminated ice cubes for the evening hours?" The suggestion was so perfectly aligned with Morgan's aesthetic vision that she smiled fully, professional reserve momentarily forgotten. That's exactly the kind of integration we need. The festival should engage all the senses. They were discussing possible locations for a chef's demonstration area when Morgan spotted Harold Jenkins approaching, toolbox in hand. He'd been measuring the square earlier for electrical upgrades. "Afternoon, ladies," he called, his voice carrying across the open space. He reached them with a warm smile. "Just the person I was hoping to find." "Hello, Harold," Morgan replied. "This is Mara Holloway. She's coordinating our food vendors this year." Harold's eyes brightened with recognition. "Little Mara, from the Holloway place? My goodness, haven't seen you in years. Your father still buys all his gardening supplies from the shop." He turned back to Morgan. "He's done wonders with this festival since taking over." Harold caught himself mid-sentence, his face flushing slightly as he realized his mistake. Morgan had grown accustomed to these slips, had developed a standard gentle correction that maintained both her dignity and the other person's. But before she could speak, Mara smoothly interjected. "Yes, she really has transformed it," Mara said, her tone casual but firm. "Morgan was just showing me the lighting design for this area. It's going to be spectacular." Harold's face registered momentary surprise, followed by embarrassment, then determined correction. "Right you are," he nodded vigorously. "Morgan's got an eye for details the rest of us miss. You should have seen how she salvaged the spring market when that freak storm hit." They discussed electrical requirements for the vendor booths, Harold promising to have everything ready well before setup day. As he departed with a friendly wave, a moment of silence hung between Morgan and Mara. "Thank you for that," Morgan finally said, her voice quieter than intended. Mara looked genuinely confused. "For what?" "Stating the obvious. You're clearly exceptional at your job." The straightforward validation, without making a big deal of the pronoun correction, loosened a knot of tension Morgan hadn't realized she was carrying. She'd become so accustomed to mentally preparing for these moments, to balancing educational patience with personal dignity, that Mara's uncomplicated defense felt like unexpectedly stepping onto solid ground when she'd been prepared for quicksand. "Still," Morgan said, "it's appreciated." They continued the tour, moving toward the section where the community art display would be featured. As they walked, Morgan found herself sharing stories that went beyond professional planning. Last year, Mayor Winters insisted on testing the dunk tank herself the night before the festival opened, she said, smiling at the memory. "She was wearing her full suit and wouldn't listen when we told her to change first. The mechanism was more sensitive than expected. First ball thrown sent her straight into the water." Mara laughed. "How did she take it?" "Emerged sputtering but declared the tank officially tested and approved. Then she squelched back to City Hall in waterlogged heels." Morgan continued with tales of festival mishaps turned triumphs, the year it rained unexpectedly, and they relocated everything to the high school gym in under 2 hours, the time a delivery mix-up, resulted in 300 rubber ducks instead of commemorative coffee mugs, and they pivoted to hosting duck races in the fountain. With each story, Morgan felt herself lowering her professional guard, enjoying Mara's appreciative laughter and insightful questions. The afternoon light had softened to a golden glow, signaling the approaching evening, when Morgan realized they'd covered almost every area except one. She hesitated, checking her watch. The sensible choice would be to suggest continuing tomorrow. They'd been walking for nearly 2 hours. But something pulled at her, a desire to complete the circuit in a specific way. "There's one more spot I want to show you," Morgan said, gesturing toward the far end of the square. She led Mara to the Victorian-era gazebo, freshly painted white with delicate blue trim. Standing at its base, Morgan watched Mara's face for recognition, wondering if this place held the same memories for her. "We'll use this for acoustic performances and the lantern ceremony," Morgan explained, her voice carrying a question beneath the professional information. "It's more intimate than the main stage." Mara stepped into the gazebo, running her hand along the freshly painted railing. Her expression softened, turning inward in a way that told Morgan she remembered. "Last time I was here," Mara said slowly, "it was graduation night. You found me hiding from the party." Morgan nodded, emotion tightening her throat as she stepped up to join Mara in the gazebo. The wooden floor creaked slightly beneath their feet, a sound unchanged by time. "You were planning your escape to culinary school," Morgan replied, "and I was too afraid to tell you I might not be in town when you came back for Christmas." It was the first time either of them had directly acknowledged their shared history beyond brief, safe references. The moment felt significant, a door creaking open between past and present. Golden hour light filtered through the gazebo lattice, creating dappled patterns on the wooden floor where they stood, closer than they had since reuniting. Morgan fought the urge to reach for her brooch, her comfort gesture in moments of emotional intensity, and instead met Mara's eyes directly. "We should include your famous blackberry tarts in the festival menu," she said softly, the suggestion bridging their past and potential future collaboration. Mara's eyes widened slightly. "You remembered I used to make those?" The surprise in her voice made Morgan's heart twist. Of course she remembered. Those tarts had been Mara's signature creation the summer before senior year, the perfect balance of sweet and tart, with a hint of lavender that everyone else had found strange but that Morgan had thought was brilliant. "I remember everything," Morgan nearly whispered, the professional facade momentarily slipping to reveal the depth of connection still between them. The words hung in the air between them, too honest, too revealing. Morgan watched emotions flicker across Mara's face, surprise, curiosity, and something softer she couldn't quite name. The moment stretched, balanced on a knife's edge of possibility. Morgan took a steadying breath and reached for her portfolio. "We should probably head back before we lose the light," she said, stepping toward the gazebo stairs. "Tomorrow we can discuss vendor applications and space assignments if you're available." As they exited the gazebo into the lengthening shadows, Morgan felt both relief and regret at her retreat to safer professional ground. But something had shifted between them, a recognition that their connection existed in both past and present, a door left deliberately ajar.
5. Late night lights. Mara pulled up to the festival storage barn just as the afternoon light softened into that golden hour glow, photographers chased but rarely captured properly. She sat in her car for a moment, taking in the weathered structure with its faded red paint and sturdy timber frame. Something about it called to her, maybe the way it had stubbornly remained unchanged while everything else in town seemed to have shifted. She grabbed her phone and stepped out, backing up a few paces to frame the perfect shot. The late afternoon sun hit the barn just right, highlighting the texture of the aged wood and casting long shadows across the gravel drive. She snapped a quick photo, already composing a blog caption in her head, "Some traditions weather time better than others." As she approached the wide barn doors, Mara heard the faint sound of something being dragged across the wooden floor inside. She hesitated for just a moment before stepping through the entrance. Morgan stood in the center of the space, surrounded by plastic bins and coils of string lights that resembled hibernating snakes. She wore jeans that hugged her curves perfectly, and a soft blue top with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. Her dark hair was pulled back in a loose ponytail, with a few strands escaping to frame her face. The casual outfit was a departure from the professional attire Mara had seen her in so far, and somehow, it made her even more striking. Mara paused in the doorway, momentarily forgetting why she was there. Morgan looked completely at ease in this environment, confident and in her element, as she sorted through a tangle of wires with practiced hands. "You planning on coming in, or just admiring the ambiance?" Morgan called out without looking up, a hint of amusement in her voice. "I was debating," Mara replied, stepping fully into the barn. "It's not every day you get to see the town's festival supplies in their natural habitat." Morgan glanced up then, and the smile she offered made Mara's stomach do a little flip she hadn't felt since high school, if she was being honest with herself. "Welcome to Lightstrand Purgatory," Morgan said, gesturing to the organized chaos around her. "We need to test every single one of these before installation starts tomorrow." Mayor Winters is determined to outdo last year's display, which means approximately 7 million lights to check. Only 7 million? And here I thought this would be challenging. Mara set her bag down on a relatively clear wooden table. Morgan chuckled, the sound warm in the spacious barn. "I've set up a testing station over here." She moved toward a table where several power strips were arranged. "We plug them in, make sure all the bulbs work, then coil them properly for tomorrow." Seems simple, but she held up a particularly tangled strand. "These things breed knots while in storage. I'm convinced of it." "Maybe they're just lonely and want to hug each other," Mara suggested, then immediately felt ridiculous. Morgan didn't seem to mind. "That's one theory. Here, I'll show you how to test them." She demonstrated the process, her movements efficient and practiced. Mara tried not to stare at Morgan's hands. Elegant fingers with short practical nails painted a subtle shade of blue that matched her top. Had she always been this observant of other women's hands? She couldn't recall. The barn's confined space meant they worked in close proximity, their shoulders occasionally brushing as they moved between stacks of plastic bins. Each time it happened, Mara felt a little jolt of awareness, like a small static shock that never quite dissipated. She became hyper-aware of Morgan's every movement, the deliberate way she untangled even the most stubborn knots, her focused expression, the faint scent of lavender that must have been hand cream. "So," Morgan said after they'd established a rhythm of entangling and testing, "how's the blog going? Getting good material for your readers?" "Actually, yes." Mara plugged in a strand that immediately lit up with multicolored bulbs. "Success. I posted about the town's culinary history yesterday. Did you know the Firefly Cafe has been using the same pancake recipe since 1952? "I did not," Morgan replied, sounding genuinely interested. "Though that explains why they're supernaturally delicious. Secret ingredient is apparently nutmeg. Not exactly groundbreaking, but the comments are all people sharing their favorite Firefly memories." Mara wound the working strand carefully around her elbow, the way Morgan had shown her. "I've been getting wrapped up in everyone's stories. You could say I'm all tied up in my work." Morgan groaned dramatically, but couldn't suppress the smile that reached her eyes, crinkling the corners in a way that was achingly familiar. "That was terrible. I see your pun habit hasn't improved with age." "It's gotten worse, actually. Occupational hazard of writing food blogs." Mara grinned, feeling something ease between them. The banter, the easy back and forth, felt like slipping into a favorite sweater forgotten at the back of a closet, surprisingly comfortable despite the years. They fell into a comfortable rhythm, working through the piles methodically. Mara found herself watching Morgan's hands as they worked through the knots, confident and certain in a way that made her wonder what else they might be good at. The thought sent heat to her cheeks, and she focused intently on a particularly stubborn tangle. "Remember when Dr. Whitman entered his famous chili in the festival cook-off?" Mara asked, needing to break the silence and her own train of thought. The one that was so spicy it made Mayor Winters cry? Morgan laughed, the sound echoing in the barn's wooden rafters. Oh my God, yes. His face turned so red we almost called an ambulance. He insisted it was traditional heat levels the whole time. Well, Morgan said, plugging in another strand, last year his daughter entered the exact same recipe, but she didn't tell anyone until after the judges had committed to tasting it. No. Mara gasped, delighted. What happened? 3 grown men doing the milk chug of shame behind the judging tent. Morgan mimicked drinking desperately. The fire department handed out antacids for the rest of the day. Their laughter mingled in the space between them, and Mara felt something tight in her chest loosen. This was nice, hearing about the decade she'd missed, filling in the gaps through these small stories. They reached for the same strand of light simultaneously, their hands brushing together. Instead of the quick pullback Mara expected, there was a moment, just a heartbeat or two, where neither moved. Morgan's fingers were warm against hers, and something electric passed between them before they both pulled away. The air in the barn suddenly felt thicker, charged with something neither acknowledged. Mara fumbled with the plug, dropping it twice before successfully connecting it to the power strip. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Morgan had become intensely focused on examining a perfectly functional light bulb, turning it over in her fingers like it contained the secrets of the universe. A distant rumble of thunder broke the tension. They both looked toward the barn's open doors, just as another louder crack sounded. Within seconds, the skies opened, and sheets of summer rain began to fall, hitting the tin roof with a sound like 1,000 tiny drummers. They moved to the doorway, watching as the downpour created a curtain of water that transformed the world outside into impressionist brushstrokes of green and gray. Looks like we'll be here a while, Morgan said, her voice softer than usual in the dimly lit barn. Mara felt a flutter of something between anxiety and anticipation at the unexpected privacy. At least we're not short on entertainment, she replied, gesturing to the mountain of lights still waiting for their attention. They returned to their work, but the atmosphere had shifted subtly. The rain created a cocoon of sound around them, isolating them from the outside world. Mara slipped her phone out to check the radar, trying to guess how long they'd be stuck, but accidentally opened her photo gallery instead. The screen displayed her latest food photography, a series of shots from a farm-to-table dinner she'd covered last month. Morgan glanced over and caught sight of the images. Those are gorgeous. Did you take them? Yeah, it's part of the blog. Mara angled the phone so Morgan could see better. I did a feature on heritage tomato varieties. They look like jewels, Morgan said, leaning closer. Can I see more? Surprised by the genuine interest, Mara nodded. They took an impromptu break, sitting cross-legged on a clean tarp spread across the barn floor. Mara scrolled through her portfolio, while Morgan asked thoughtful questions about composition and lighting that revealed she knew more about photography than the average person. This one's my favorite, Morgan said, pointing to a shot of a farmer's market at dawn, vegetables still wet with dew. There's something so hopeful about it. The observation was so precise, so unexpectedly poetic, that Mara found herself sharing more than she'd planned. Lately, I've been struggling with my direction, she admitted, surprised by her own candor. The blog has steady traffic, but I feel like I'm hitting walls creatively. Like I'm just one voice in an ocean of food content. Your voice matters though, Morgan said simply. You always had a unique way of seeing things. The rain intensified outside, drumming harder on the roof. Mara stared at the patterns of droplets racing down the barn windows, gathering her thoughts. Sometimes I worry I left too soon, she finally said, the confession slipping out before she could reconsider. That I've been chasing something that never quite materializes. The words hung in the air between them, more intimate than she'd intended. She hadn't shared these doubts with anyone, not her father, not her friends in the city. Yet here she was, laying them bare in a dusty barn with string lights tangled around her ankles. Morgan was quiet for a moment, her expression thoughtful. I understand that feeling, she finally said. When I came back to town, it was just supposed to be temporary, just until my dad recovered from his surgery. Mara remembered hearing about Mr. Reyes's health problems. But you stayed. I stayed, Morgan nodded. At first, I thought it meant giving up on bigger dreams. But then Mayor Winters asked me to help reorganize the holiday festival that year, and something clicked. She pushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I realized I could bring everything I'd learned back home, that there was value in building something meaningful here. As Morgan spoke, Mara watched the play of emotion across her face, struck by how her expressions were simultaneously familiar and new, the same thoughtfulness from their youth, but with a confidence that was entirely her own. The first festival I organized, I was terrified, Morgan continued. I thought everyone would be comparing me to who I used to be, but instead, they just saw what I could create. A soft smile played at her lips. There's something powerful about that, being seen for what you bring to the table now, not what anyone remembers. The words resonated with Mara in a way she hadn't expected. Wasn't that part of why coming home had been so difficult? The weight of everyone's memories, the person they expected her to still be? I feel like I'm still figuring out what I bring to the table, Mara admitted. From what I've seen of your work, it's plenty. Morgan's gaze was steady, her conviction apparent. And anyway, figuring it out is half the journey, right? The rain began to ease, its rhythm softening from urgent drumming to gentle patter. They realized they'd been talking instead of working for nearly an hour, and returned to the lights with renewed focus. But something had shifted between them. The air felt clearer, the silence comfortable rather than charged. When their fingers brushed again over a particularly stubborn knot, neither pulled away immediately. Morgan's touch lingered, warm against Mara's skin, and Mara felt heat rising to her cheeks that had nothing to do with the warm evening. Two people are definitely more efficient than one for this job, Morgan said as they reached the final box of lights. Her voice sounded slightly breathless, though Mara might have imagined it. Hard to believe you've done this alone before, Mara replied, wincing as she stretched her back. My shoulders are already protesting. Festival prep builds character, Morgan quipped. And excellent upper body strength. They worked through the last box in companionable rhythm, occasionally sharing memories of festivals past. The conversation flowed more easily now, less guarded. I used to sneak away during the lighting ceremony, Mara confessed, as she tested a particularly long strand of tiny white bulbs. I'd lie on the hood of my dad's car at the edge of the park and look at the stars between all the strands of lights. It felt like being inside a constellation. Morgan paused, a half-coiled strand in her hands. I remember that, she said softly. You do? Junior year. You were wearing that green jacket with all the patches. Morgan's eyes took on a faraway look. I saw you there alone. I almost came over, but I didn't know what to say. The revelation that their lives had been intertwined even in moments Mara thought she was alone, created a strange intimacy between them. A thread connecting past to present that she hadn't anticipated. You could have joined me, Mara said, feeling suddenly shy. I wish I had. Morgan's voice was quiet but clear. Maybe in another universe, I did. Outside, the rain had stopped completely, and the evening sun broke through the clouds, casting golden light through the barn windows. They stood at the doorway surveying their work, neat rows of tested lights ready for tomorrow's installation, coiled with a precision that would make Mayor Winters proud. The sun's angle caught Morgan's profile, illuminating her in warm amber light. Mara reached for her phone without thinking and took a photo, Morgan silhouetted against the post-rain glow, her expression peaceful as she looked out at the freshly washed world. Morgan turned at the sound of the camera click, one eyebrow raised in question. For the festival blog, Mara explained, though they both knew it wasn't. Right, Morgan said, a small smile playing at her lips. Very journalistic. They loaded the last box of lights into Morgan's SUV, their hands touching once more as they adjusted its position among the others. This time neither pretended not to notice the contact, though neither mentioned it either. As Mara closed the trunk, she found herself hoping for another summer storm, another chance to be alone together in this space where time seemed suspended between past and future, where they could just be Morgan and Mara without the weight of history or the uncertainty of tomorrow.
6. Family dinner. Morgan checked her appearance in the mirror for the third time, smoothing an imaginary wrinkle from her teal blouse. The color brought out the green flecks in her hazel eyes, eyes that now critically assessed every detail of her reflection. She adjusted the silver chain of her locket, letting her fingers linger on the pendant her father had given her 3 years ago, marking the official start of her medical transition. The cool metal against her skin brought a familiar comfort. "You're Morgan Reyes," she whispered to herself. "Event planner extraordinaire. Town council member. Festival wizard." None of those titles explained why her stomach was performing Olympic-level gymnastics at the thought of Mara Holloway coming to dinner. It was just a meal with an old friend, well, more than a friend but less than? Morgan shook her head, tucking a strand of dark hair behind her ear. She'd hosted dozens of community members for dinner, organized town-wide events for hundreds. Yet here she stood, rehearsing conversation starters like she was preparing for a job interview. "So nice to have you back in town." "Too formal." "Dad's been looking forward to seeing you." Deflection. "The string lights in the barn looked magical because you were there." "Absolutely not." Morgan groaned and stepped back from the mirror. This wasn't a date. This was professional courtesy extended to a festival volunteer who happened to be her former best friend, who she'd once harbored complicated feelings for before understanding her own identity. Simple. The gentle scent of fresh flowers wafted up the stairs, signaling her father's pre-dinner preparations. With one final adjustment to her silver earrings, tiny crescent moons that matched her locket, Morgan headed downstairs. Robert Reyes stood at the dining table, arranging a bouquet of wildflowers in the center. At 60, he maintained the trim build of his younger years, though his once dark hair had given way to distinguished silver. He hummed as he worked, carefully positioning each stem. "You're hovering, Dad," Morgan said, the exasperation in her voice tempered with affection. He looked up, smiling in that knowing way parents do when they see right through their children's pretenses. "Just making sure everything's perfect for our guest." "It's just Mara," Morgan said, immediately aware of how untrue that statement was. "Mara Holloway," Robert mused, adjusting a particularly stubborn daisy. "Haven't seen her since, well, must be when you both graduated. Daniel says she's done well for herself with that food blog." Morgan moved to the kitchen to check on the roasting vegetables. "Dad, please don't bring out the photo albums tonight." "What photo albums?" he asked with exaggerated innocence, his eyes twinkling mischievously. "You know exactly which ones," Morgan said, pointing a wooden spoon in his direction. "The ones you've strategically placed on the bottom shelf of the coffee table." Robert pressed a hand to his chest. "I promise nothing." The front door opened with a familiar series of sounds, keys jingling, heels clicking on hardwood, the soft thud of a bag being set down with authority. "Hello, family." Jasmine's voice rang through the house seconds before she appeared in the kitchen doorway, elegant in her tailored pantsuit despite the summer heat. At 32, Morgan's sister had already made partner at her law firm in Portland, and carried herself with the confidence of someone who regularly reduced witnesses to stammering messes. "You're early," Morgan observed, noting the determined glint in her sister's eyes. "Thought I'd help with dinner," Jasmine said innocently, hanging her blazer on the back of a chair. She rolled up her sleeves with precise movements. "So, Mara Holloway is back in town?" "Not a question." Morgan recognized this tone, Jasmine's deposition voice. "For the festival," Morgan replied evenly, stirring the marinade for the chicken. "She's helping with the food vendors and cooking demonstrations." Jasmine reached for a cutting board and began efficiently dicing bell peppers. "And how's that going?" "Fine. Good, actually. She has great ideas." "I bet she does," Jasmine murmured, her knife clicking against the board with lawyerly precision. "And how long is she staying?" Morgan sighed. I don't know, Jas. Through the festival, I assume. You two seem to have reconnected quickly. The Peppers didn't stand a chance against Jasmine's methodical decimation. We're planning a festival together. It requires communication. Morgan, you invited her to dinner at our family home after seeing her again for what, a week? Heat rose in Morgan's cheeks that had nothing to do with the oven. Dad suggested it. Robert, entering with the empty flower vase, raised his hands defensively. Don't drag me into this. Though I did say it would be nice to see her again. I'm just planning a festival with her, Jas, Morgan insisted, focusing intently on the chicken as if it required her complete attention. Jasmine raised a single, skeptical eyebrow. Years of courtroom battles had refined that eyebrow lift into a lethal weapon of doubt. Your necklace, Jasmine said softly, nodding toward Morgan's hand, which had unconsciously risen to touch the locket again. Before Morgan could respond, the doorbell rang. Her heart performed a complicated somersault. I'll get it, she said, perhaps too quickly. At the door, Morgan took a steadying breath and touched her locket once more before opening it. Mara stood on the porch, wearing a simple sundress with a light cardigan. Her dark curls were loosely gathered in a way that looked effortlessly pretty. She clutched a pie tin, and Morgan immediately recognized the rich scent of blackberries. Hi, Mara said, her warm brown eyes crinkling slightly at the corners. I hope I'm not too early. Not at all, Morgan replied, stepping back to let her in. You brought dessert. Mara offered the tin. Blackberry tart. I remembered it was your dad's favorite. Their fingers brushed during the exchange, and Morgan felt a ridiculous tingle travel up her arm. You remembered that? Some things just stick with you, Mara said with a small shrug. Morgan became aware of Jasmine watching this interaction from the hallway, her expression carefully neutral in a way that only family would recognize as deeply skeptical. Mara, you remember my sister Jasmine? Morgan said, turning slightly. Of course, Mara smiled. Congratulations on making partner. Your dad was telling everyone at the community center about it. Jasmine's expression softened fractionally. Thank you. It's been a while. Mara. Robert's booming voice saved them from awkward small talk as he emerged from the kitchen, arms wide. Look at you. Still as lovely as ever. He enveloped her in a warm hug, and Morgan watched as Mara's tension visibly eased. Her father had always had that effect on people. Dr. Reyes, it's so good to see you, Mara said. Robert, please. I've known you since you were correcting your science teacher in 9th grade. They moved to the living room, where Robert immediately launched into questions about Mara's culinary adventures. Morgan observed how naturally Mara fit into the conversation, the considerate way she listened when others spoke, offering thoughtful responses rather than just waiting for her turn to talk. It was the same quality that had drawn Morgan to her in high school, that genuine interest in others. Jasmine positioned herself on the couch next to Morgan, maintaining a polite but unmistakably protective stance. So tell me about this food blog, Robert said, leaning forward with interest. Mara tucked a curl behind her ear, a gesture so familiar it gave Morgan a strange pang of nostalgia. It's called Comfort and Spice, Mara explained. I focus on comfort food recipes, but with unexpected twists. Classic dishes reimagined with different flavor profiles. Like what? Jasmine asked, and Morgan was relieved to hear genuine curiosity in her sister's voice. Well, last month I did a mac and cheese with roasted poblanos and cotija instead of cheddar. Or a shepherd's pie with Moroccan spices and chickpeas instead of lamb. That sounds amazing, Morgan said, genuinely impressed. It's mostly an excuse to play with food, Mara admitted with a self-deprecating smile. Though lately, I've been feeling a bit stuck creatively. That's why you came back for the festival? Jasmine asked, her tone casual but her eyes watchful. Partly, Mara nodded. New surroundings sometimes shake loose new ideas. Plus, this town has always had such a strong food tradition with the festival. I thought it might be inspiring. Well, we're glad to have you, Robert said warmly. And even happier that you and Morgan are working together again. You two were always quite the team. Morgan felt her cheeks warm slightly. Dad, dinner's probably ready. Should we move to the table? During dinner, conversation flowed more easily than Morgan had anticipated. Mara shared stories about disastrous food photo shoots, including one where a neighbor's cat had devoured half a roast chicken while she adjusted lighting, that had everyone laughing. Robert updated her on town changes, with Morgan occasionally adding details about the community center renovation she'd helped coordinate. Morgan completely reimagined the festival layout last year, Robert said proudly. Attendance went up 30%. Dad, Morgan protested lightly, unconsciously tucking her hair behind her ear. It's true, Mara said. I've been impressed with the organizational systems you've put in place. The color-coded vendor map alone is genius. Morgan reached for her water glass, hyper-aware of Jasmine's perceptive gaze tracking every interaction. Mara, what's been your favorite place to visit for food inspiration? Jasmine asked, smoothly changing the subject. As Mara described a small fishing village in Portugal where she'd learned to make authentic cataplana, Morgan felt herself relaxing. The evening was going well. Even Jasmine seemed to be warming slightly to Mara's unpretentious enthusiasm for her work. After they'd finished the main course, Robert disappeared from the dining room. Morgan felt a spike of dread that was validated when he returned carrying a familiar leather-bound album. Dad, please, Morgan said softly. What? Robert looked genuinely confused. I just wanted to show Mara the community center renovation photos. The before and afters are remarkable. Morgan's tension eased slightly as he opened the album to show recent photographs. Mara leaned in with interest as Robert pointed out the stages of the renovation project Morgan had spearheaded. Their shoulders almost touched across the table, and Morgan caught a faint scent of something floral and spicy, Mara's perfume perhaps. The momentary relief shattered when Robert turned to a new section. Morgan's fork froze halfway to her mouth as she spotted the telltale border of older photographs, high school era. The awkward silence that followed was deafening as Robert realized his mistake. On the page was a photo from their junior year science fair. Morgan, then still presenting as Max, stood beside teenage Mara, both beaming with their first-place medals for a project on sustainable agriculture. They looked so young, so unaware of the complicated path ahead. Jasmine smoothly reached for the album. Let me see those renovation pictures again. The lighting fixtures you chose were perfect, Morgan. Morgan made a split-second decision. It's okay, she said quietly, surprising herself with the steadiness in her voice. Those memories are still mine, even if I look different then. She looked directly at Mara, whose expression held no pity or discomfort, only attentiveness. Something about that receptive gaze gave Morgan the courage to continue. That science fair project actually helped me get my first community planning grant, she said. Those trophies are still on my bookshelf. She nodded toward the display cabinet in the corner. Still proud of our work. Mara's smile was genuine. You did all the real science. I just made the display board look pretty and brought snacks to our work sessions. The prettiest display board in school history, Morgan said, the tension in her shoulders easing. And those cinnamon rolls you brought kept me alive during finals week. The conversation gently moved on, but something had shifted. Morgan felt an odd sense of relief at having acknowledged that photo rather than pretending it didn't exist. After they'd finished Mara's delicious blackberry tart, which was indeed as good as Morgan remembered, Robert insisted on showing Mara his garden in the twilight. The night-blooming jasmine is spectacular this year. As they disappeared onto the back porch, Jasmine cornered Morgan in the kitchen during dish duty. She seems nice enough now, Jasmine said, carefully drying a wine glass with practiced precision. But remember how long it took you to become who you are. I don't want anyone treating your journey like an interesting footnote in their summer vacation. Morgan placed a clean plate in the drying rack with perhaps more force than necessary. Mara's not like that. You don't know who she is anymore, Jasmine countered gently. People change. Exactly, Morgan said, meeting her sister's gaze. I changed. And maybe she has too. In good ways. I'm just saying be careful, Jasmine placed a hand on Morgan's shoulder. Your heart's always been too generous for your own good. Morgan appreciated her sister's protection, even as she felt a need to defend Mara. The resulting conflict between her head and heart left her momentarily speechless. When Jasmine stepped outside to join the garden tour, Morgan dried her hands and moved purposefully toward the stairs. In her old bedroom, she retrieved a specific photo album from her bookshelf, one with a simple blue cover, unmarked. Downstairs, she could hear laughter from the garden. Morgan settled on the couch, the album closed on her lap, and waited. Minutes later, the back door opened, and Mara and Robert returned, discussing heirloom tomato varieties. I really should be going, Mara said, glancing at her watch. Thank you so much for dinner. It was wonderful. Would you mind staying just a few more minutes? Morgan asked, surprising herself with the request. There's something I'd like to show you. Robert, ever perceptive, made his excuses to check on something in the kitchen, while Jasmine reluctantly followed after a pointed look from Morgan. When they were alone, Morgan patted the couch beside her. Mara sat, her expression curious but open. I wanted to show you these, Morgan said, opening the album across both their laps. On my terms. Inside were carefully arranged photographs documenting her transition, chronologically organized. The first pages showed subtle changes, growing out her hair, exploring different styles of clothing. Later pages showed more significant transformations, as her features softened and her confidence grew. This is who I've always been, Morgan explained, her voice steady despite her racing heart. Just becoming more visible over time. Mara looked through the pages slowly, her expression one of genuine appreciation, rather than voyeuristic curiosity. She didn't gasp or make overzealous comments. She simply looked, occasionally smiling at particularly good photos. You look so happy in each one, Mara observed softly, more yourself with each page. She reached the final photo, Morgan at last year's festival, standing under string lights with her arms raised in celebration, her expression radiant. That was the first festival I planned after coming back, Morgan explained. It felt like everything coming together, my professional skills, my identity, my place in this community. Mara's fingers lingered on the image. Thank you for sharing this with me, she said, meeting Morgan's eyes with a warmth that made Morgan's carefully constructed walls waver slightly. Not many people get to see these, Morgan admitted. But you knew me before, and I wanted you to see the journey. Not just the before and after. I'm honored, Mara said simply, and Morgan believed her. They closed the album together, fingers brushing momentarily over the cover. I should really head out, Mara said, though she made no immediate move to stand. Early meeting with the Bakers Guild, tomorrow. Of course, Morgan nodded, rising. I'll walk you out. At Mara's car, the night air was soft with summer warmth and the distant sound of crickets. The streetlight cast a gentle glow that softened the edges of everything. Thank you for coming tonight, Morgan said, suddenly feeling shy. Thank you for inviting me. Your family is wonderful. Mara paused, keys in hand. Especially your sister. I can see how much she loves you. Morgan laughed softly. Even when she's interrogating my dinner guests? Especially then, Mara smiled. You're lucky to have people who care so much. I am, Morgan agreed, thinking of how her family had been her bedrock through every change. Mara opened her car door, but hesitated before getting in. Morgan? Yes. I'm really glad we're working together again. The sincerity in Mara's voice made something flutter in Morgan's chest. Me too, Morgan replied, and meant it. As Mara's car disappeared down the street, Morgan lingered on the sidewalk, feeling a strange lightness. She had shown parts of herself she rarely revealed, and Mara had received them with grace and understanding. What it meant that Mara's acceptance mattered so much to her was a question Morgan wasn't quite ready to answer.
7. Taste testing. Mara woke with a start, her hand automatically reaching for her phone before her eyes were fully open. 6:45 a.m. Still early. She clicked to her messages, checking that Morgan's text from last night was still there. See you at 10 for recipe testing. Need me to bring anything? She flopped back onto her pillow, staring at the familiar cracks in the ceiling of her childhood bedroom. The same hairline fracture that had always resembled a lightning bolt still zigzagged above her, unchanged after all these years. Unlike everything else. After 15 minutes of trying to fall back asleep, Mara gave up and padded downstairs to the kitchen. If Morgan was coming over in a few hours, the least she could do was make sure the space was properly prepared. She tied her curls into a messy bun and got to work. An hour later, she'd wiped down every surface twice, reorganized the spice rack alphabetically, then by frequency of use, then alphabetically again. She'd pulled out and restacked mixing bowls 3 times, changing her mind about which ones would be best for the tart crusts. The flour canister had been moved from the counter to the island and back again, and she was now deliberating whether the local honey should go with the baking ingredients or condiments when her father shambled into the kitchen. Daniel Holloway blinked at the gleaming countertops and his daughter's frenetic energy. "Kitchen hasn't been this clean since your mother's bridge club days," he commented, making a beeline for the coffee maker. "I just wanted to be prepared," Mara said, moving the berries from the refrigerator to the counter, then back to the refrigerator when she decided they might get too warm too quickly. "We're testing recipes for the festival today." Daniel murmured, watching her over the rim of his coffee cup. "Morgan's coming over then?" "Yes, at 10. We need to finalize the summer berry tarts and the savory hand pies before the committee meeting on Thursday." She spoke quickly, arranging measuring cups by size. "You know, you've got all the ingredients for your grandmother's blackberry cobbler there," he noted. "That was always Max's favorite when you two would study here after school." Mara's hand stilled. "Morgan," she corrected automatically, adjusting a spoon that was perfectly aligned already. "Right, Morgan," Daniel nodded, his eyes crinkling. "Old habits. But she always did like that cobbler." "I remember," Mara said softly. The memory was vivid. Summer afternoons at this very table, textbooks pushed aside for warm bowls of cobbler, purple-stained fingers and shared spoons. Daniel topped off his coffee and headed toward the door. "Morgan always did bring out your competitive side," he said with a small smile. "Never seen you polish a kitchen quite like this, not even for that food blogger conference last year." I'm not, it's just professional courtesy." Mara sputtered. "We're colleagues working on a community project." "Of course you are," her father said mildly, disappearing into the hallway before she could formulate a proper response. Mara blew out a frustrated breath, then immediately worried it had disturbed her perfectly leveled measuring cups. "This is ridiculous," she muttered to herself. "It's just recipe testing." With her father gone, she allowed herself to slow down. She pulled recipe cards from her notebook, some newly created, others adapted from family classics, and laid them on the worn wooden table. Her fingers traced the edges of cards, where her grandmother's handwriting mixed with her own notes. This was familiar territory. Food was where she felt confident. As she arranged the recipe cards, her eyes drifted to the doorframe between the kitchen and hallway. Like many family homes, it bore the marks of time, notches and dates recording her growth through the years. She stepped closer, her finger tracing the familiar markings. Mara, age 7. Mara, first day of middle school. And then, her finger stopped on a notch that read Max and Mara, age 13 inches in her mother's careful handwriting. She stared at it, a small lump forming in her throat. They'd insisted on being measured together that day, she remembered. It had been important for some reason to document that Max was exactly 2 inches taller. They'd stood back to back, giggling as her mother marked the height with a pencil. The doorbell rang, making Mara jump so violently, she nearly knocked over the flour canister. Her heart suddenly hammering, she smoothed her hands down her apron and took a deep breath. "Coming?" she called, giving the kitchen one final glance before heading to the front door. When she pulled it open, Morgan stood on the porch looking like she'd stepped out of a summer catalog. A flowing sundress in a soft teal that complemented her coloring perfectly, practical flats, and a woven basket hooked over one arm. The sight made Mara acutely aware of her own worn jeans and faded t-shirt under the apron. "Hey," Morgan said, her smile genuine but a touch nervous. "I hope I'm not too early." "No, perfect timing. I was just setting up." Mara stepped back, gesturing for Morgan to enter. "What's in the basket?" Morgan lifted it slightly. The Rodriguez farm had the first blackberries of the season. "I thought they might work for the tarts we discussed." "That's perfect," Mara said, leading the way to the kitchen. "I was planning to use the frozen ones from the store, but fresh is always better." She watched as Morgan stepped into the kitchen, noticing how her eyes traveled slowly around the space. Morgan's gaze lingered on the copper pots hanging above the island, the same ones that had been there when they were teenagers, then moved to the framed family recipes on the wall, the ancient mixer that had survived 3 generations of Holloways, and finally to the small herb garden visible through the window. "It's exactly the same," Morgan said softly. "Dad's not much for redecorating," Mara replied, taking the basket and bringing it to the sink to rinse the berries. The dishwasher's new, though. The old one flooded the kitchen 2 years ago. "Even the cookie jar," Morgan said with a small laugh, nodding toward the ceramic rooster that had always held snickerdoodles when they were kids. "Still full of snickerdoodles too," Mara confirmed. "Some things never change." Morgan's eyes found the height markings on the doorframe, and Mara felt a flicker of panic. But Morgan just smiled softly before turning back. "So what are we making first?" Grateful for the redirect to familiar territory, Mara gestured to the recipe cards. "I thought we'd start with the blackberry tarts. They'll be simple enough to make in quantity for the festival, but still impressive for a summer dessert." "Lead the way," Morgan said, washing her hands at the sink. "I should warn you that my baking skills haven't improved much since our catastrophic attempt at soufflés in 10th grade." "Don't worry," Mara laughed, feeling some of her nervousness dissipate. "I'll walk you through it. And nothing can be worse than that soufflé disaster." They stood side by side at the counter, as Mara demonstrated the proper way to mix the tart dough. "The key is to not overwork it," she explained, her hands moving confidently through the motions she'd performed thousands of times. "You want the butter to stay cold and in small pieces. That's what creates those flaky layers." Morgan's attempt at mixing looked hesitant, her movements too gentle to properly incorporate the ingredients. "Here," Mara said, moving on instinct. She stepped behind Morgan and gently covered her hands with her own. "Like this?" She guided Morgan's hands in the proper kneading motion, suddenly very aware of how close they were standing. The scent of Morgan's perfume, something floral with hints of vanilla, enveloped her, and Mara found herself taking a deeper breath than necessary. "You're letting the warmth of your palms melt the butter," she continued, her voice slightly huskier than normal. "Use your fingertips instead." Morgan nodded, and Mara could feel the movement against her cheek. "Like this?" Morgan asked, adjusting her technique. "Perfect," Mara confirmed, reluctantly stepping back. Her hands felt strangely empty without Morgan's beneath them. As the morning progressed, they fell into a surprisingly comfortable rhythm. Mara demonstrated techniques while Morgan followed along, occasionally fumbling but improving with each attempt. The initial awkwardness melted away like butter in a warm pan, replaced by an easy flow of conversation that moved between festival planning and shared memories. "Remember when we tried to make caramel in your mom's good pot?" Morgan asked as she carefully measured vanilla extract. Mara groaned dramatically. "How could I forget? Dad still brings up the great sugar disaster every Thanksgiving." "It was your fault for turning the heat too high," Morgan teased. "Excuse me?" You're the one who said, and I quote, "I think it needs to be bubbling more." They both laughed, the sound filling the kitchen with a warmth that had nothing to do with the preheated oven. Mara found herself watching Morgan more than she should, noticing the way she bit her lower lip in concentration as she tried to crimp the edges of a pie crust, her brow furrowed, just as it used to be when she tackled difficult chemistry problems in high school. "You're overthinking it," Mara said softly, stepping closer. She demonstrated again, her movements gentle and practiced. "It doesn't have to be perfect. Homemade is supposed to look a little rustic." Their fingers brushed repeatedly as Mara guided Morgan's hands, each contact lingering a moment longer than strictly necessary. Mara told herself it was just the nature of baking instruction, but she couldn't deny the small thrill that ran through her each time. While waiting for the first batch of tarts to bake, Mara found herself sharing things she hadn't planned to discuss. Maybe it was the comforting familiarity of her childhood kitchen, or maybe it was the way Morgan listened, truly listened, her attention focused entirely on Mara's words. "I don't know what's wrong with me lately," Mara admitted as she checked the oven temperature. "My blog numbers are stagnating, and every time I sit down to write a post, I stare at the screen for hours." "Writer's block happens to everyone," Morgan offered. Mara shook her head. "It's more than that. Sometimes I wonder if I've been going in the wrong direction altogether. Everyone else from culinary school is running restaurants or catering companies, creating something tangible. And I'm just taking pictures of food and writing about it." Instead of offering empty reassurance, Morgan was quiet for a moment. "When I first came back to town, I was a mess," she finally said. "I'd started living authentically, but I had no idea where my career was headed. I took the events coordinator job at the community center because it was the only thing available." She smiled slightly. "Now I can't imagine doing anything else." "How did you know it was right?" Mara asked. "I didn't at first," Morgan admitted. "But it felt right in small moments, when a child's birthday party went perfectly, or when the senior center dance brought joy to people who needed it." She looked at Mara directly. "Maybe you need to find the small moments in what you do that still bring you joy, and build from there." The oven timer beeped, breaking the moment of connection. As Mara retrieved the perfectly golden tarts, she felt a strange lightness in her chest. Sharing her insecurities had been easier than expected, and Morgan's understanding response had created a deeper layer of connection between them. "These look amazing," Morgan said, leaning in to inspect the tarts cooling on the rack. The movement brought her close enough that Mara could feel the warmth radiating from her skin. "Let's get started on the savory pies while these cool," Mara suggested, reaching for more flour. Morgan nodded, reaching for the bag at the same time. Their hands collided, knocking the flour bag sideways. It tipped over with cinematic perfection, sending a white cloud billowing between them. There was a moment of shocked silence as they both stared at the mess, flour dusting Morgan's sundress and settling in Mara's dark curls. "I'm so sorry," Morgan started, but Mara was already laughing. Without thinking, Mara dipped her finger into the spilled flour and deliberately dabbed it on Morgan's nose. "You missed a spot," she said innocently. Morgan's eyes widened in surprise before narrowing playfully. "Oh, is that how it's going to be?" In one swift movement, she scooped up a small handful of flour and tossed it gently at Mara's apron. "You did not just do that in my kitchen," Mara gasped in mock outrage, grabbing her own handful. What followed could only be described as controlled chaos. A flour fight restrained enough to avoid completely destroying the kitchen, but exuberant enough to leave them both laughing and covered in white powder. They darted around the island, flinging small handfuls at each other, their laughter growing with each successful hit. Morgan slipped slightly on the flour-dusted floor as she tried to dodge behind the table. Mara instinctively reached out, catching Morgan's arm to steady her. The movement brought them suddenly face to face, breathless from laughter and something else entirely. Time seemed to suspend as their laughter faded to silence, leaving them standing close enough that Mara could see tiny flecks of flour dusting Morgan's eyelashes. Mara reached up slowly, deliberately brushing flour from Morgan's cheek, her touch lingering longer than necessary. "You have flour everywhere," she said softly, her voice lower than she intended. Morgan remained perfectly still, her eyes never leaving Mara's. The kitchen was silent, except for the ticking oven timer and their slightly uneven breathing. Mara's gaze dropped briefly to Morgan's lips, her heart suddenly pounding so loudly she was sure Morgan must hear it. "Something smells amazing in here." Mara jumped back at the sound of her father's voice as he entered the kitchen, stopping short at the sight of them standing close, covered in flour. "Dad!" Mara exclaimed, turning quickly to check the oven unnecessarily, feeling heat rise to her cheeks. "We were just testing recipes." "I can see that," Daniel replied, amusement clear in his voice as he surveyed the flour-dusted kitchen. "Looks like a bakery exploded in here." "It's my fault, Mr. Holloway," Morgan said, brushing flour from her dress. "I knocked over the flour bag." "No harm done," Daniel assured her with a warm smile. "And please, it's Daniel. Mr. Holloway makes me feel like I'm still grading your history papers." When Mara glanced back, she caught her father giving Morgan a knowing smile that made her both embarrassed and strangely hopeful. It was the same look he used to give her mother when they thought Mara wasn't watching, fond and conspiratorial. "I just came in for a sandwich, but I think I'll take it to the living room," Daniel said, quickly assembling lunch from the refrigerator. "Don't mind me." As he left, Mara and Morgan exchanged glances before dissolving into nervous laughter. "I think we should clean this up," Mara suggested, grabbing a broom from the pantry. They worked together to sweep up the spilled flour, their movements more careful now, though they still orbited each other's space with an awareness that hadn't been there before. Morgan helped Mara reach a spot on the upper cabinet, their bodies necessarily close, as Morgan stretched to wipe away flour dust. "Your dad seems happy to see us cooking together again," Morgan observed quietly. "He always liked you best," Mara responded without thinking, then added, "Still does apparently," meeting Morgan's eyes briefly before looking away. The last of the test recipes came out of the oven as they finished cleaning. Golden hand pies filled with local cheese and herbs that filled the kitchen with a savory aroma. "These are perfect," Morgan said after taking a small bite. "The festival committee will love them." They carefully packed the successful test recipes into containers for the committee to sample, working side by side at the counter. As Mara passed the last container, their hands brushed one final time, and she found herself already inventing reasons why they would need to test more recipes together very soon. "We should probably try a few more variations," she suggested, trying to sound casual. "Maybe something with the summer peaches from the Wilson orchard?" Morgan's smile was sunshine breaking through clouds. "I'd like that. How about next Tuesday? I'm free all day." "Tuesday's perfect," Mara agreed, ignoring the small voice in her head that wondered exactly what she was getting herself into.
8. The article. Morgan stared at her phone in disbelief, the Instagram notification glowing accusingly on the screen. She'd been in the middle of organizing vendor contracts, a task that normally brought her satisfaction with its clear parameters and tidy outcomes, when her phone had buzzed not once but 5 times in rapid succession. The Alvarez twins had tagged her in something. That was never good news. She tapped the notification and froze. There, on the official Summer Lights Festival account, was a close-up photo of her and Mara in the Holloway kitchen, both of them laughing, faces close together and absolutely covered in flour. Morgan's hand was on Mara's wrist, guiding her through kneading dough. Their faces were mere inches apart, and the lighting, damn those twins and their perfect eye for composition, made the whole scene look like something from a romantic comedy poster. Our festival food coordinator and culinary expert, cooking up something special. #SummerlightsMagic, #local talent. The caption was innocent enough on its surface, but the subtext was about as subtle as a parade float. Morgan scrolled to the comments, her stomach tightening. "Cutest planning committee ever," wrote someone named Jenny T88. "The famous Mara Holloway back in town for Morgan Reyes? There's a story here." That one was from Becky Williams, who'd gone to high school with them, and apparently hadn't outgrown her gossip habit. "You two look so happy together." Another comment. "I knew it. Delphina owes me $20. Wait, were people betting on them?" Morgan quickly closed the app when a shadow fell across her desk. Mayor Winters stood in the doorway, her gray bob bouncing with barely contained excitement. "Those photos are getting record engagement." The mayor beamed, clasping her hands together. "You two make excellent festival ambassadors." She gave Morgan an exaggerated wink that made Morgan want to crawl under her meticulously organized desk and disappear into the supply closet forever. "We were just testing recipes," Morgan explained, her voice higher than usual. "The twins dropped by for the tasting, and I didn't realize they were documenting everything." "Well, it's wonderful." Mayor Winters waved away her concern. "Nothing sells a community event like genuine connection. The algorithm loves authenticity." She said algorithm like it was an exotic spice she'd just discovered. "Right," Morgan managed. "Authenticity. I need those vendor placement maps by 4, dear." Mayor Winters tapped the doorframe twice and disappeared down the hall, leaving Morgan with her burning cheeks and jumbled thoughts. She needed water. And possibly a paper bag to breathe into. The staff kitchen was supposed to be her safe haven, a place to collect herself before diving back into damage control. Instead, she walked straight into the eye of the hurricane. "The engagement is through the roof." Sofia Alvarez's voice carried from around the corner as Morgan approached the water cooler. "We've got twice the followers we had for last year's festival, and it's only been up for 3 hours. People are asking if there's a special announcement coming," Mateo added in a stage whisper that wasn't remotely quiet. Morgan deliberately made noise with her water bottle, hoping they'd take the hint and change subjects. No such luck. The twins' heads whipped around in perfect synchronization, their identical broad smiles making them look like enthusiastic bookends. "Morgan." Sofia bounced toward her. "Your post is blowing up." "It's not my post," Morgan corrected gently, focusing on filling her water bottle precisely to the brim. "We hope you don't mind," Mateo said, his expression earnestly concerned despite the mischievous glint in his eyes. "You both look so authentic. It's exactly the community spirit we want to showcase." Morgan forced a professional smile while gripping her water bottle so tightly she half expected it to crack. "It's fine. Just maybe a heads up next time before posting candid shots?" "Absolutely." Sofia nodded eagerly. "We're thinking of doing an Instagram Live next week during the lantern test run. Maybe you and Mara could demonstrate how to make those amazing tarts while we check the lighting?" "I'll have to check my schedule," Morgan managed, already backing toward the door. "Lots of vendor contracts to finalize today." She escaped before they could volunteer to help with those too. By 11 o'clock, Morgan had fielded 4 separate visitors to her office, each with transparently flimsy excuses to mention Mara. First came Elena Martinez from the bakery, ostensibly to discuss oven scheduling, but somehow working in 3 separate comments about how Mara always had a special spark in her eyes when she talked about certain people in high school. Then Delphina Ross from the flower shop needed urgent clarification about her booth placement, only to spend 10 minutes reminiscing about how Morgan and Mara had both worked on the literary magazine together senior year. "Creative souls always find each other again," she'd said with a significant look that made Morgan accidentally staple her finger. Mrs. Castillo from the Historical Society had at least been subtle, simply stating that it was lovely to see old connections rekindled while dropping off preservation guidelines for the historic gazebo. Harold Jenkins was the final straw. "Need to know where you're putting the food booths," he announced, appearing in her doorway without knocking. "Got my hardware display to consider." "The preliminary map is right here, Mr. Jenkins," Morgan said, handing him the layout she'd finalized yesterday. She'd learned years ago that Harold responded best to efficiency and minimal conversation. He studied the map, harumphed, then looked up with an expression that could only be described as a tempting slyness. "You and Daniel's girl seem to be getting along well." Morgan blinked. "Mara?" "Yes, we're coordinating the culinary aspects of the festival." "Cooking together, I heard." He nodded, as if confirming a suspicion. "Good to see you settling down with someone who knows you from before. Makes things simpler." The comment hit like a splash of cold water. Knows you from before. Was that what people thought? That Mara was a safe choice because she'd known Morgan as Max? The idea made her stomach clench. "We're colleagues, Mr. Jenkins," she said firmly. "And friends from high school." Right. He didn't look convinced. "Well, tell her those fancy cupcakes she used to make would be good for the festival. My Margaret always liked those." Each interaction had left Morgan increasingly flustered, causing small organizational errors that further disrupted her carefully maintained composure. She'd mislabeled 3 folders. She'd accidentally scheduled 2 different vendors in the same space. She'd even knocked over her special pen holder, scattering her color-coded markers across her desk. This wasn't like her. Morgan prided herself on precision, on control. Yet here she was, coming undone because of some flour and a few Instagram comments. By lunchtime, Morgan needed escape. She grabbed her meal prep container and retreated to the quiet storage room where the festival decorations were kept. Sitting cross-legged on a stack of tablecloths, she finally allowed herself to breathe. Her phone vibrated with a text. "Mara. The tarts were a hit with Dad. We should test the savory options next." Such a simple, casual message. No acknowledgement of the photos, no reference to the whispers surely reaching her ears too. Just Mara being Mara, focused on food, sharing a small moment with her father, looking ahead to their next project together. The warm flutter in Morgan's chest was immediate and unwelcome. She recognized it too well, that hopeful expansion that had led to disappointment before. With Taylor, it had been fascination that faded. With Elise before that, it had been the excited allyship that eventually felt like collectorship rather than partnership. She tucked her phone away without responding. Better to let things cool down before she made any assumptions or decisions. She had a festival to coordinate, after all. Personal feelings were secondary. That had been her mantra since coming home 3 years ago: professionalism first, personal life second. It had served her well so far. No reason to change now. When Morgan returned to her office after lunch, Taylor Kim was leaning against the doorframe with casual confidence, a cardboard carrier of small glasses in her hands. Her dark hair was pulled back in a messy bun, and she wore the same faded brewery t-shirt she'd had for years, the logo cracking across the chest. "Brought samples for the tasting booth," Taylor announced, lifting the carrier. "Thought we could do a preliminary review." "I didn't have a tasting scheduled today," Morgan said, glancing at her calendar where no such appointment existed. Taylor shrugged, setting the beer samples on the corner of the desk. "Consider it a drop-in. Besides, I wanted to see how you're doing." Her smile turned knowing. "I saw the flower fight photos. Cute." That single word, cute, carried layers of meaning that made Morgan suddenly busy rearranging papers on her desk rather than meeting Taylor's eyes. They dated briefly when Morgan first moved back to town, a 3-month relationship that had ended amicably when it became clear they wanted different things. They'd remained friends, but sometimes Taylor's familiarity veered into territory that made Morgan uncomfortable. Like now. "The twins are enthusiastic about social media," Morgan explained neutrally. "We were testing recipes." Looked cozy. Taylor picked up a paperweight from Morgan's desk, turning it over in her hands, another boundary she casually ignored. "Actually, I'm meeting Mara for dinner tomorrow to discuss cross-promotion between her blog and the brewery." Morgan's hand stilled over her calendar, a sudden sharp feeling rising in her chest. "That's efficient planning," she managed, hating the tight quality of her voice and the knowing look that crossed Taylor's face in response. Thought it'd be good to establish a relationship, since she's got that foodie following online, Taylor continued, watching Morgan's reaction too closely. Plus, she's interesting. Talented. I'm curious about her perspective on beer pairings. I'm sure you'll have plenty to discuss, Morgan said, retrieving the paperweight and returning it to its precise position beside her pencil cup. Did you need anything else? I've got vendor contracts to finalize. Taylor grinned in that infuriating way that said she'd gotten exactly the reaction she'd been fishing for. Nope, that's it. She headed for the door, then paused. For what it's worth, Morg, those pictures? You look happier than I've seen you in a long time. Before Morgan could formulate a response, Taylor was gone, leaving behind 4 sample glasses of craft beer and the lingering scent of hops and trouble. After Taylor left, Morgan opened her desk drawer and pulled out her emergency kit, a small collection of items she kept for particularly stressful situations. She bypassed the lavender oil and the stress ball, reaching instead for her special notepad and pen. She wrote furiously, analyzing her reaction. Jealousy. Ridiculous. We're colleagues. The past is irrelevant. Taylor can have dinner with whoever she wants. I have no claim on Mara's time. This is about the festival, not personal feelings. But her normally neat handwriting was jagged, betraying the emotion she was trying to rationalize away. The lines slanted downward across the page, the pressure of her pen nearly tearing through the paper. Morgan stared at the words, then tore the page out and crumpled it into a tight ball. A second later, she smoothed it out again, folded it carefully, and tucked it into her pocket instead of discarding it. Some truths needed to be kept close, even if she wasn't ready to examine them fully. The afternoon planning meeting was a special kind of torture. Morgan deliberately chose a seat across from Mara rather than beside her, as they'd done at previous meetings. She kept her eyes on her color-coded agenda and her voice strictly professional, referring to Ms. Holloway when discussing the menu testing schedule. Ms. Holloway has submitted preliminary recipes for the tasting booths, she reported, not looking up from her notes. We'll need volunteers for the final testing phase next week. She caught the hurt confusion that flashed across Mara's face from the corner of her eye and forced herself to look away, focusing intently on her papers. This was necessary, she told herself. Boundaries were important. The town was already jumping to conclusions, and she needed to protect herself. Protect them both, really. When the Alvarez twins took over for the social media update, Morgan's stomach sank. Sophia clicked to a slide titled, "Behind the Scenes with Our Festival Team," displaying mock-ups that prominently featured photos of Morgan and Mara, working together at the community center, laughing over coffee at the Firefly Cafe, and of course the now infamous flower fight. We're seeing incredible engagement with the authentic relationships on the planning committee, Mateo explained excitedly. People connect with real stories and real people. The influencer strategy is working perfectly, Sophia added. Mara's blog followers are already asking about visiting for the festival, and our local audience loves seeing familiar faces. Mayor Winters clapped delightedly at the presentation. This is exactly the fresh approach we needed. The authentic community spirit really shines through. Morgan stared at the presentation, acutely aware of Mara's eyes on her from across the table. She could feel the weight of that gaze, the questions in it, but couldn't bring herself to meet it directly. Instead, she made a note about finalizing the vendor map, her pen pressing so hard it nearly tore through the paper. After the meeting dispersed, Morgan gathered her materials with methodical precision, taking longer than necessary in hopes that everyone, especially Mara, would leave before she had to make conversation. No such luck. Did I do something wrong? Mara's quiet voice came from beside her, catching Morgan off guard. There was no accusation in the tone, only genuine concern. Morgan finally looked up, meeting those warm brown eyes that had always seen too much. Her carefully constructed walls wavered under that direct gaze. No, the photos. People are talking, she managed incoherently, gesturing vaguely with a stack of papers. Understanding dawned on Mara's face, followed by something else, a softening around the eyes, a slight curve of her lips that wasn't quite a smile but wasn't disappointment either. Ah. Mara nodded. Small town syndrome. I've been getting it too. You have? Morgan hadn't considered that Mara would be fielding the same questions and assumptions. Mrs. Peterson at the grocery store asked if we were reconnecting in a special way, Mara said, making air quotes. And Dad keeps finding excuses to mention how nice it is to see you at community events. Despite herself, Morgan felt a smile tugging at her lips. Harold Jenkins told me it's good I'm settling down with someone who knows me from before. She rolled her eyes. Because apparently that makes things simpler. Mara winced. Ouch. Yeah. They stood in silence for a moment, the empty meeting room suddenly feeling too small and too large simultaneously. Would dinner help? Mara offered. Just to talk about it. No pressure, no expectations. Just clearing the air. Morgan found herself nodding, despite her earlier resolution to maintain distance. That might be good. Tomorrow? I could come over after I meet with Taylor at the brewery? Mara suggested. The mention of Taylor sent another spike of that unnameable feeling through Morgan's chest, but she nodded again. Sure. Text me when you're done. Alone in her car afterward, Morgan gripped the steering wheel, staring unseeing at the community center parking lot. She thought about Elise, the woman she dated in Portland 2 years after her transition. Elise had been fascinated by Morgan's journey, had called her brave and inspiring constantly, had wanted to introduce her to all her friends as her transgender girlfriend. But Elise had never truly seen Morgan. She'd seen a story, a narrative, a checkmark on her allyship bingo card. When Morgan had developed pneumonia and spent a week looking decidedly uninspiring in sweatpants with unwashed hair, Elise's fascination had faded remarkably quickly. Morgan reached up to touch her turquoise earrings, a grounding habit she'd developed years ago. The smooth stone cool against her fingertips centered her, reminded her who she was now. Not a story. Not a transition. Just Morgan. This is different, she whispered into the quiet car, unsure whether she was trying to convince herself or acknowledge a truth she'd been avoiding since Mara's return. Mara had known her before, yes. But unlike what Harold and others seemed to think, that didn't make things simpler. If anything, it made everything infinitely more complex. What did Mara see when she looked at her? The boy she'd known? The woman she was now? Or something in between, a composite, a ghost layered over reality? Morgan took a deep breath and picked up her phone. She finally texted back about the savory recipes, her fingers hovering over the keyboard before adding, "Dinner tomorrow works. My place? 7 p.m. She pressed send before she could reconsider, then immediately began mentally cataloging her pantry, planning what to wear, and strategizing how to keep her increasingly undeniable feelings in check. One thing at a time. Food first. Feelings later. Maybe.
9. The time capsule. Mara crumbled her croissant into increasingly smaller pieces, creating a sad little mountain of buttery rubble on her plate. She hadn't taken a single bite, too busy recounting Morgan's sudden coldness at yesterday's meeting. And then she practically sprinted out the door when Mayor Winters finally dismissed us, Mara sighed, pushing the plate away. I thought we were getting somewhere, you know? And now it's like we're back to square one. Elena leaned across the bakery table, her dark eyes warm with sympathy but also twinkling with something Mara couldn't quite place. You've seen the photos, right? Half the town has decided you two are secretly engaged. Mara nearly choked on the sip of coffee she'd just taken. The what now? Oh, honey. Elena pulled out her phone, tapped a few times and turned the screen toward Mara. The festival's Instagram page? The Alvarez twins have been busy. Mara grabbed the phone, her mouth falling open. There she was with Morgan in her father's kitchen, covered in flour, their faces inches apart, looking at each other with an intensity that made Mara's cheeks burn. Another showed Morgan's hand over hers on a rolling pin, Mara behind her with a look of concentration that, viewed by outside eyes, could easily be mistaken for something much more intimate. "Oh God," Mara groaned, scrolling through more photos. "We were just making pastry. How does this look so? Like two people desperately in love?" Elena supplied helpfully, reclaiming her phone with a grin. "The twins have a gift. But seriously, Mara, I haven't seen you look at anyone like that since." "Since never," Mara interrupted, feeling suddenly defensive. "We're just working together. And anyway, clearly Morgan's freaked out by all this attention." Elena raised an eyebrow, breaking off a piece of Mara's abandoned croissant. "Is that what you think is happening? Because Morgan Reyes has dealt with this town's attention for years now. She's pretty unflappable." "Well, something's wrong," Mara insisted, though a tiny, treacherous part of her brain whispered that maybe it wasn't the town's attention that had Morgan running scared. "Maybe," Elena said thoughtfully, licking butter from her fingers, "she's afraid of what she sees in those photos too." Mara left the bakery 20 minutes later, her head spinning. Elena's parting words echoed in her mind, "Just talk to her, Mar. You two were always good at that, even when you were talking around what really mattered." With no destination in mind, Mara walked aimlessly through the familiar streets, barely registering the storefronts that had changed since her departure. Her feet carried her past the high school, its brick facade unchanged despite the decade that had passed. Without conscious decision, she found herself following the worn path behind the athletic fields, muscle memory guiding her steps. The afternoon sun dappled the ground through tree leaves, creating shifting patterns that reminded her of summers spent wandering these same paths with Max. With Morgan, she corrected herself, the name adjustment becoming more natural each time. The air smelled of warm earth and fresh-cut grass, achingly familiar. When the old oak tree came into view, its massive branches spreading impossibly wide against the blue sky, Mara felt a rush of nostalgia so powerful it nearly stopped her breath. The wooden bench circling its trunk looked weathered but intact, the carved initials and declarations of teenage love still visible in the worn wood. She was about 20 feet away when she spotted a figure kneeling at the base of the tree, back to the path. Morgan's shoulders were hunched slightly as she worked at something on the ground, a small garden trowel in her hand, digging carefully into the earth. Mara froze, watching the unexpectedly vulnerable scene unfold. Morgan wore jeans and a light blue blouse, her dark hair gathered in a loose ponytail. She looked so different from the awkward, chemistry-loving teenager Mara had known, yet the careful precision of her movements was achingly familiar. She was still methodical, still focused, just now in a body that suited her, in clothes that expressed who she'd always been. Mara stood silently, heart pounding, as Morgan continued to dig. When a glint of metal appeared in the disturbed soil, Mara suddenly understood exactly what Morgan was doing. "Need help with that?" she finally called out, her voice carrying across the clearing. Morgan whirled around, nearly dropping the trowel, eyes wide with surprise. When she saw Mara, her cheeks flushed deeply. "I was just," she gestured helplessly at the half-uncovered metal box. "I remember," Mara said softly, moving forward to kneel beside her in the dirt. 3 feet from the lowest branch, marked by the heart someone carved in the bark. She pointed to the crude carving, weathered by years of elements but still visible. Their hands hovered near each other over the partially exposed time capsule, neither quite touching it or each other. The tension between them felt different now, less the awkward distance of yesterday's meeting, and more like the charged anticipation before a summer storm. "I thought about it after seeing your dad," Morgan admitted, her voice low. "Wondered if it was still here." "So you came with the trowel?" Mara teased gently, relieved when Morgan's lips quirked into a small smile. "I keep it in my car for emergencies." "Ah yes, those common time capsule excavation emergencies," Mara nodded sagely, and something in Morgan's posture relaxed slightly. "You want to help?" Morgan offered, holding out the trowel. "Yes, but your technique needs work. You're going to scratch the box." Mara took the tool, her fingers brushing Morgan's in the exchange, sending a tiny shiver up her arm. "Let me." They worked together in surprisingly comfortable silence, Mara carefully loosening the dirt around the metal container, while Morgan removed clumps with her hands, gently brushing soil from the surface of what Mara now recognized as her old Wonder Woman lunchbox. The stickers decorating its surface were faded but still visible, band logos, environmental slogans, and the chemistry joke Morgan had added, "I'm in my element when I'm with you." As they worked, their initial awkwardness gradually softened, replaced by the easy rhythm they'd developed over weeks of festival preparation. Mara found herself sneaking glances at Morgan's profile, the determined set of her jaw, the way she tucked escaped strands of hair behind her ear, the careful gentleness of her hands as she worked. "Almost got it," Mara murmured, wiggling the trowel alongside the box. "There." With a soft sucking sound, the earth released its treasure, and Morgan lifted the lunchbox free, brushing away the remaining dirt. "Should we open it here?" Morgan asked, looking around as if suddenly aware they were in a public place, albeit a secluded one. Mara nodded toward the bench. "Where else? This is where it belongs." They settled side by side on the bench surrounding the tree trunk, thighs not quite touching but close enough that Mara could feel the warmth of Morgan's body. Morgan carefully placed the box between them and fiddled with the rusted latch, which finally gave way with a protesting creak. "Moment of truth," she said, glancing at Mara with unexpected shyness before lifting the lid. Inside, they found their teenage treasures wrapped in plastic to protect them from moisture. Morgan pulled out her lucky chemistry competition medal, turning it over in her fingers with a soft laugh. "State finals," Mara remembered. "You were so nervous you threw up twice before your presentation." "And then won anyway," Morgan smiled, the pride in her achievement still evident a decade later. Mara reached in next, pulling out the program from the school production of our town. "Oh God, Villager number 3? My big theatrical debut." "You had that one crucial line," Morgan teased. "The mail's here," Mara quoted dramatically, throwing her hand up in a theatrical gesture that made Morgan laugh. They continued unpacking their past, pressed flowers from the field behind Morgan's house, ticket stubs from movies they'd seen together, a mixed CD Morgan had made for Mara's birthday, and a stack of notes in sealed envelopes they'd written to each other during boring classes. "I can't believe we kept all this," Morgan said, carefully unfolding a note Mara had written during Mr. Patterson's history class, chronicling in excruciating detail how Brandon Miller had fallen asleep and drooled on his textbook. "We were archiving our youth," Mara replied, pulling out her old recipe notebook. She flipped through pages of ambitious culinary experiments, laughing at her teenage hubris. "Jalapeno chocolate mousse," she read aloud, cringing at the memory. "What was I thinking?" "You actually made me try that," Morgan replied with a small smile, their earlier awkwardness momentarily forgotten. "And you ate every bite even though your eyes were watering," Mara added softly, touched by the memory of that loyalty. "It wasn't that bad," Morgan lied transparently, making Mara laugh. At the bottom of the box, beneath all the other mementos, they discovered 2 sealed envelopes, each addressed in careful handwriting. "To future Mara and to future Max." Mara picked up her envelope, turning it over in her hands. "I'd completely forgotten about these. We were so dramatic." 17 is a dramatic age," Morgan said quietly, staring at her own envelope with an unreadable expression. Mara hesitated, suddenly unsure if this was crossing a line. The envelope in Morgan's hands was addressed to a person who no longer existed, at least not in the same way. "We don't have to open them," she offered. Morgan shook her head. "No, I want to. You go first, though." Mara broke the seal on her envelope, unfolding the paper covered in her rounded teenage handwriting. She began reading aloud, her voice growing increasingly embarrassed. "Dear future Mara, I hope you're reading this as a famous chef with your own restaurant in New York or Paris. Remember that time you made risotto and Dad actually asked for seconds? That's when I knew for sure cooking was your superpower." She paused, blushing. "I hope you're happy, and that you've figured out all the stuff that feels confusing now. Like what you want to do with your life, and also those weird feelings that make no sense. Mara trailed off, her eyes scanning ahead silently before she continued. Anyway, I hope you're brave now. Braver than I am. Life's too short not to be honest about what you want. Mara. She folded the letter back up, unable to meet Morgan's eyes. Well, that was mortifying. Apparently 17-year-old me was very concerned with my courage levels. When she finally looked up, she noticed Morgan staring at her own unopened envelope, tension visible in her shoulders. You don't have to open it, Mara offered gently, understanding the envelope contained Max's handwriting, Max's thoughts, a past self Morgan might not want to revisit. No, I want to, Morgan said firmly, carefully breaking the seal. She pulled out a folded page, but didn't immediately read it. Instead, she took a deep breath and explained, I remember writing this. I was so confused, trying to understand why everything felt wrong while simultaneously dealing with these feelings for, she trailed off, meeting Mara's eyes briefly before looking back at the letter. After another deep breath, she unfolded it and began reading silently. Mara watched as Morgan's expression shifted, color rising in her cheeks. Without explanation, she handed the letter to Mara, her fingers trembling slightly. Mara took it, hesitating before looking down at the page filled with careful, precise handwriting. Dear future me. I hope by the time you read this, you've figured everything out because right now I'm so lost. The only thing I know for certain is that I'm in love with Mara Holloway and have been since 9th grade when she shared her lunch with me after mine got stolen. But I can never tell her, because I don't even understand who I am yet, and she deserves someone whole. Maybe someday when I figure myself out. I hope you're living as your true self now, whatever that means. Sometimes I look in the mirror and don't recognize the person staring back. Is that normal? Do other people feel this way? I dream sometimes that I'm different, that I don't even have the words for it. But in those dreams, I'm happy. And sometimes Mara is there and we're together, and everything makes sense. I hope you found the courage I lack. I hope Mara is still in your life somehow. I hope you know who you are now. Max. When Mara looked up from the letter, tears glistened in her eyes. I didn't know, she whispered. I was so confused back then too. I knew I felt something different with you, but I didn't have the language for it. I thought maybe we were just really good friends. She took a shaky breath before adding, when I left for culinary school, I kept comparing everyone I dated to you, and they never measured up. I didn't understand why until years later, when I finally admitted to myself that I'm bisexual. Morgan was looking at her with such intensity that Mara felt her heart might burst. We were both still becoming ourselves, Morgan said softly. Then, with gentle deliberation, she reached for Mara's hand, interlacing their fingers. The simple touch sent warmth spreading through Mara's arm. It felt simultaneously new and like coming home. Their joined hands rested on the bench between them, near where they'd once carved their initials years ago. Mara stared at their intertwined fingers, Morgan's elegant with short practical nails, her own smaller with a burn scar on the index finger from her first kitchen job. I wish I'd known, Mara said finally. About your feelings. About mine. Would it have changed anything? Morgan asked, her voice carrying a hint of vulnerability beneath its steadiness. We were so young. I was still years away from understanding myself, from transitioning. I don't know, Mara admitted. But I would have liked the chance to find out. The setting sun cast long shadows through the oak's branches, bathing them in golden light. The time capsule's contents lay spread between them, 17-year-old confessions laying bare what neither could say then. Birds called to each other in the gathering dusk, and somewhere in the distance, a car horn honked, the outside world continuing its ordinary rhythm, while Mara felt suspended in a moment of extraordinary clarity. Is that why you've been avoiding me? Mara asked gently, her thumb tracing small circles on Morgan's hand. Since the flower fight photos? Morgan's gaze dropped to their hands. Partly. The photos made me realize I wasn't hiding my feelings very well. She gave a small, self-deprecating laugh. And then when I saw you talking with Taylor after the meeting, I got jealous, which was ridiculous. Taylor Kim? Mara interrupted, surprised. We were just talking about marketing ideas for the food stalls. She's not. I'm not. She shook her head, smiling. Morgan Reyes, are you telling me you've been giving me the cold shoulder because you were jealous? Morgan winced, her free hand coming up to tuck hair behind her ear in that familiar nervous gesture. It sounds immature when you put it like that. It sounds human, Mara corrected softly. And a little bit flattering, if I'm being honest. They sat quietly for a moment, the sounds of early evening settling around them. Mara was acutely aware of Morgan's thumb now gently stroking the back of her hand, each small movement sending tingles up her arm. We have dinner tonight, Morgan said finally. To clear the air, remember? I remember. But I think we've already started clearing it, Mara replied, squeezing Morgan's hand gently. Maybe dinner can be about something else now. Like what? Morgan asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Mara smiled, feeling braver than she had in years. Like seeing where this could go. Now that we're both finally ourselves.
10. Midnight at the gazebo. Morgan's heart hammered against her ribs as she paced the confines of her bedroom, her restless shadow stretching and contracting across the wall with each turn. Outside, rain pattered against her window, creating a gentle backdrop to the tumult of her thoughts. It was past midnight, and sleep seemed like an impossibility. Her eyes drifted to the nightstand where she'd carefully placed the folded note from the time capsule, the confession she'd written as a teenager that had never found its way to Mara until today. The memory of Mara's face as she'd read those words kept replaying in Morgan's mind. The surprise, the softness, the realization that had dawned in her eyes. Morgan ran her fingers through her hair and checked her phone again, 12:38 a.m. Too late to call anyone. Too late to be reasonable. And yet, before she could talk herself out of it, she grabbed her phone and typed, "Are you awake?" Her thumb hovered over the send button for 3 nervous heartbeats before she pressed it. Immediately, she set the phone down as if it might burn her, wondering if she'd just made a terrible mistake. The vibration of her phone startled her. Mara's reply appeared almost instantly. "Haven't slept a wink. Too much on my mind." Morgan's breath caught. She hadn't expected such a quick response. Without giving herself time to analyze or plan, so unlike her usual methodical approach, she typed, "Meet me at the gazebo in 20 minutes?" The moment she hit send, a flutter of panic and exhilaration coursed through her. What was she doing? This wasn't like her at all. Morgan Reyes, who color-coded her planner and created backup plans for her backup plans, was now acting on pure impulse. She hurried to her closet, pulling out a simple blue dress and a cream cardigan. She brushed her hair quickly, the familiar motion calming her slightly. As a final touch, she put on her turquoise earrings, the ones she wore when she needed an extra dose of courage. Morgan grabbed her keys and raincoat, slipping out of the house as quietly as possible. In her car, she gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to steady her breathing. The rain had eased to a gentle mist, leaving jewel-like droplets on her windshield that caught the glow of streetlights as she drove. "What am I going to say to her?" she whispered to herself, realizing she had abandoned her usual careful scripting of important conversations. For once, Morgan had no plan, no bullet points, no prepared statements, only the undeniable need to see Mara's face and continue the conversation that had begun beside the old oak tree. The town square was deserted, the festival lights turned off for the night, leaving only the soft amber glow of street lamps illuminating the wet pavement. Morgan's heart skipped when she spotted a figure already waiting at the gazebo. Mara, her dark curls slightly damp from the light rain, wearing what looked like hastily thrown-on clothes, jeans and an oversized sweater that Morgan recognized from their high school days. Something about Mara's disheveled appearance and the fact she had come without hesitation made Morgan's heart beat faster as she approached. The gazebo steps were slick with rain, and she climbed them carefully, suddenly hyper-aware of every movement. "Hi," Morgan said simply as she reached the top step, suddenly unsure what to do with her hands. They fluttered awkwardly before settling at her sides. Mara gave a small smile, moving to make room on the step where she was sitting. "Couldn't sleep either?" she asked, her voice quiet in the midnight stillness. Morgan sat beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Both of them stared out at the rain-washed square rather than at each other, watching the occasional car pass on the distant street, its headlights momentarily illuminating the misty air. The silence between them stretched, but it felt comfortable rather than awkward. Morgan drew strength from it, from the simple act of sitting together while the world slept around them. Then both started speaking simultaneously. "I wanted to. About today." They laughed, the tension breaking slightly. The sound of their mingled laughter in the empty square felt intimate, like a secret shared between them. "You first," Mara offered, finally turning to face Morgan. Morgan had spent the drive over trying to formulate exactly what she wanted to say, something eloquent and clear, something that would make sense of the jumble of emotions inside her. But now, under Mara's direct gaze, all those carefully prepared words evaporated. "I keep thinking about what we could have been," Morgan admitted instead, her voice barely above a whisper. "If I'd known then what I know now. If I'd been brave enough to be myself sooner." Mara shifted closer, their shoulders now touching, the warmth of her arm against Morgan's becoming an anchor in the cool night air. "I think about that too," she confessed. "But maybe we weren't ready then." "I wasn't ready." The earnestness in her voice made Morgan's throat tighten with emotion. "I didn't even understand my own feelings, let alone have the courage to express them." Morgan nodded, remembering the confusion of those years, how she'd struggled not only with unnamed feelings for her best friend, but with the growing certainty that the identity everyone saw wasn't who she truly was. The double weight had been too much to carry then. The rain intensified, creating a curtain of water around the gazebo, and a rhythmic drumming on the roof that seemed to cocoon them from the outside world. The sound wrapped around them, creating a private sanctuary of white noise. "It's strange," Morgan said, finding courage in the ambient noise and soft darkness, "to know we were both feeling something but neither of us could name it." She hesitantly reached for Mara's hand, a mirror of their gesture at the oak tree, but more deliberate now. Their fingers rested lightly together on the wooden step between them, neither fully committing to the touch. Mara interlaced their fingers, her thumb gently tracing circles on Morgan's hand. The simple motion sent electricity up Morgan's arm. "What I feel now is much clearer," Mara said softly, the simple statement hanging between them with unmistakable meaning. Morgan turned to find Mara already looking at her, eyes reflecting the distant streetlights. Something unspoken passed between them, a recognition of the moment's significance. Morgan's gaze dropped briefly to Mara's lips before returning to her eyes, a question in the look. The moment stretched, charged with anticipation, neither quite brave enough to bridge the final distance. A sudden gust of wind blew rain into the gazebo, making them both move instinctively toward the center for better shelter. The movement brought them face to face, standing now, close enough that Morgan could see droplets of rain clinging to Mara's curls. Without overthinking, Morgan reached up to brush a raindrop from Mara's cheek, her touch lingering as Mara leaned almost imperceptibly into her hand. "Morgan," Mara whispered, her voice carrying a question. Instead of answering with words, Morgan closed the distance between them, pressing her lips softly against Mara's. The kiss was gentle at first, hesitant and questioning, until Mara responded by sliding her hands to Morgan's waist, drawing her closer. Morgan's carefully maintained composure dissolved as the kiss deepened. Years of unspoken feelings converged in this single moment, as rain created a symphony around them. She felt Mara's hands tighten slightly at her waist, steadying them both as the kiss grew more certain, more real. When they finally parted, slightly breathless, Morgan kept her eyes closed for a moment, almost afraid to break the spell. When she opened them, Mara was watching her with such tenderness that a flash of fear cut through Morgan's happiness. "What if," she started, then forced herself to voice the fear directly. What if you're kissing a memory? The person you thought you knew, not who I am now? The vulnerability of the question made her voice tremble slightly. It was the fear that had lingered at the edges of her mind since Mara's return, that Mara might be chasing some idealized version of their past, rather than seeing and accepting the woman Morgan had become. Mara took Morgan's face between her hands, meeting her eyes with unwavering certainty. "Morgan," she said firmly, emphasizing her name, "I'm falling for the woman standing in front of me. Your strength, your grace, your organizational brilliance, your patience with Harold Jenkins' pronouns, the way you still tuck your hair behind your ear when you're thinking." Her thumbs gently traced Morgan's cheekbones, the touch so tender it almost hurt. "I see you. I've always seen you, even when neither of us fully understood what I was seeing." The simple truth in her words broke through Morgan's final defense. This time when they kissed, Morgan held nothing back, allowing herself to believe, at least in this moment sheltered from the rain, that perhaps some stories do get second chances. Morgan's fingers tangled in Mara's damp curls, cradling the back of her head as their lips moved together with growing certainty. Each point of contact between them felt electric. Mara's hands at her waist, their bodies pressed close, the soft brush of Mara's nose against her cheek as they shifted angles. The gazebo roof drummed with rain, droplets occasionally blowing in to cool their flushed skin. When they broke apart again, Morgan couldn't help the small laugh that escaped her. "What?" Mara asked, her smile wide and unguarded in a way that made Morgan's heart flip. "Nothing. Just," Morgan shook her head, struggling to put the feeling into words. "I've imagined this moment more times than I can count, and none of those daydreams included being half soaked in the middle of the night." Mara laughed, her hands still resting comfortably at Morgan's waist as if they belonged there. "Are you saying reality isn't living up to fantasy?" "I'm saying it's better," Morgan admitted, surprising herself with her candor. "Because it's real. You're real." The rain strengthened again, driven sideways by the wind and spraying them despite the gazebo's shelter. Morgan shivered slightly, and Mara pulled her closer, rubbing her arms. "We should probably get somewhere dry," Mara suggested reluctantly. Morgan nodded but made no move to step away. "Probably." Neither of them moved, unwilling to break the moment. Another gust of wind sent a sheet of rain across the gazebo floor, dampening their shoes. "My apartment is just 3 blocks away," Morgan said finally. "We could make tea and talk more?" The slight hesitation in her voice betrayed her nerves. This was uncharted territory for them. Beyond the relief of finally acknowledging their feelings lay the more complex question of what came next. Mara nodded, her smile softening. "I'd like that." They made a dash for Morgan's car through the rain, laughing as they were soaked within seconds. Inside, with the engine running and the heater blowing, Morgan took a moment to simply look at Mara, her dark curls plastered to her forehead, droplets of rain on her eyelashes, cheeks flushed from the cold, and something more. "What?" Mara asked, noticing her stare. "Nothing," Morgan said with a small shake of her head. "Just happy." The drive to Morgan's apartment was short and quiet, a comfortable silence settling between them. Morgan was intensely aware of Mara beside her, of their damp clothes, of the lingering sensation of Mara's lips on hers. She parked in her usual spot and led the way to her second-floor apartment, suddenly seeing it through Mara's eyes: the carefully arranged bookshelves, the color-coordinated throw pillows, the framed festival posters from events she'd organized. "This is so you," Mara said with a smile as she stepped inside, confirming Morgan's thoughts. "Is that good or bad?" Morgan asked, switching on a lamp that cast a warm glow over the living room. "It's perfect," Mara said simply, running her fingers over the spines of books on a nearby shelf. "Organized, but with personality." Morgan disappeared into her bedroom and returned with 2 fluffy towels and a change of clothes for each of them. "You can change in the bathroom if you want," she offered, suddenly shy despite the intimacy they just shared at the gazebo. When Mara emerged from the bathroom wearing Morgan's oversized Maple Bay Community College sweatshirt and pajama pants rolled up at the ankles, Morgan felt something tug in her chest, a strange combination of tenderness and possessiveness at seeing Mara in her clothes. "Tea?" she asked, already moving toward the kitchen, needing a moment to collect herself. "Please," Mara replied, settling onto one of the bar stools at the kitchen counter. She watched as Morgan moved efficiently around the small space, pulling down mugs and a tin of loose-leaf tea. "So," she said after a moment, "we kissed." Morgan nearly dropped the kettle, startled by Mara's directness. She turned to find Mara watching her with a mixture of amusement and affection. "We did," Morgan agreed, unable to keep the smile from her face despite her attempt at composure. "Twice, actually." Mara's expression grew more serious. "I meant what I said, Morgan. I see you, who you are now. That's who I'm falling for." Morgan set the kettle on the stove and turned to face Mara fully, leaning against the counter. "And I believe you," she said. "It's just, I've spent so long being careful. Planning everything. Protecting myself." "I know," Mara said softly. "And that makes sense. But maybe now we can be careful together. Figure this out one step at a time." The simplicity and honesty of the suggestion made Morgan's throat tighten with emotion. She nodded, not trusting her voice for a moment. "I'd like that," she managed finally. "One step at a time." The kettle began to whistle, pulling Morgan's attention away. As she prepared their tea, she felt a curious lightness spreading through her chest. Outside, the rain continued to fall, creating a gentle soundtrack to this unexpected night, a night that had somehow impossibly brought them full circle back to each other.
11. Kitchen Confidential. Mara arrived at Alina's bakery just after 7, the morning sunshine streaming through the windows and catching on the glass display cases. Despite having barely slept, she felt buoyant, almost weightless, as though something fundamental had shifted in her world overnight. The scent of fresh bread and cinnamon filled the air as she slipped through the door, the familiar bell announcing her arrival. "Be right with you," Elena called from the back. While waiting, Mara pulled out her phone and angled it to capture the way the sunlight hit the display case, turning ordinary pastries into works of art. Perfect for the blog, she thought, but her mind wasn't really on work. Her fingers drifted unconsciously to her lips, remembering the feel of Morgan's mouth against hers, how the gentle summer rain had dampened their hair as they stood wrapped in each other's arms in the gazebo. The memory sent a pleasant shiver down her spine. "Earth to Mara." Alina's voice broke through her daydream. Mara jumped, feeling heat rise to her cheeks as she hurriedly shoved her phone back into her pocket. "Sorry. I was just, taking photos for the festival promotion," she stammered, busying herself with rearranging some sample trays that definitely didn't need rearranging. Elena emerged from the kitchen, balancing a tray of perfectly golden croissants. She slid them into the display case before turning to Mara, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. A slow smile spread across her face as she studied Mara's expression. "Something happened," she declared. It wasn't a question. "I don't know what you're—" "Oh no you don't," Elena grabbed Mara's arm and pulled her behind the counter. "You can help me while you spill every last detail." She thrust a pastry bag into Mara's hands. "Start filling these cream puffs." Mara focused intently on the pastry bag, trying to ignore Elena's laser-focused attention. The bell above the door jingled, and Elena seamlessly shifted into professional mode, greeting the customer warmly while never taking her eyes off Mara. "Good morning, Mrs. Peterson. The usual sourdough today?" Elena called, moving to serve the elderly woman while simultaneously lowering her voice to add, "Your face is practically glowing. Is this a Morgan development?" The pastry bag nearly slipped from Mara's fingers. "Elena?" "That's not a denial," Elena sing-songed, wrapping Mrs. Peterson's bread and making change. "Thank you. See you Thursday." As soon as the customer left, Elena was back, hovering over Mara's shoulder. "Come on, we've been friends since we were 10. You can't hold out on me now." "I'm trying to work here," Mara protested weakly, piping another perfect swirl of cream into a puff pastry. Fine. I'll just assume the worst then, Elena teased, starting to assemble festival sample boxes. Let's see, you two had a terrible fight and you're devastated. Or maybe you confessed your feelings and she laughed in your face. We may have kissed, Mara finally admitted in a hushed voice, unable to keep the smile from spreading across her face. Elena's squeal was so piercing that every head in the bakery turned their way, including the 4 elderly women from Mrs. Thornton's bridge club who sat in the corner booth. Mara could practically see their ears perk up. Elena? Volume control. Mara hissed, mortified. Sorry, Elena whispered, not looking sorry at all. She grabbed Mara's hands, cream filling and all. Tell me everything. When? Where? How was it? Is she a good kisser? I bet she's a good kisser. Mara glanced around at the now interested customers and pulled her hands free. Can we maybe not broadcast this to the entire town? Too late. Mrs. Thornton already has her phone out, and you know she texts faster than teenagers. Elena grinned, completely unrepentant. Now talk. I want details. As they worked side by side, filling sample boxes with miniature versions of festival pastries, Mara found herself relenting. With her voice low, she told Elena about the time capsule, the midnight text, and meeting at the gazebo. We just talked at first, about everything we'd missed, about the letters in the capsule. Mara carefully nestled a tiny apple tart into a box. It started raining, and we moved under the gazebo roof, and then? She trailed off, the memory still fresh and tender. And then? Elena prompted, abandoning any pretense of working. And then she kissed me. Or maybe I kissed her. I'm not actually sure who moved first. Mara couldn't contain her smile. It was like finding something I didn't know I'd lost. I've never felt this way about anyone, Elena. It's terrifying and wonderful, and I can't stop thinking about her. The sincerity in her own voice surprised her. She hadn't meant to be quite so revealing, but the truth had simply poured out. Elena's expression softened. I'm so happy for you both. Morgan's been alone too long, and you've never looked at anyone the way you look when you talk about her. The bell above the door chimed again, and Harold Jenkins ambled in, his weathered face breaking into a smile when he spotted Mara. Well, hello there, young lady. Didn't expect to see you working behind the counter. He nodded to Elena. The usual, please. And maybe one of those fancy chocolate things for the missus. Coming right up, Harold, Elena replied, pouring his coffee. Festival preparations going well? He asked Mara conversationally. Saw the lights on in the gazebo late last night. Thought it might be vandals, but seems it was just young love instead. He winked, and Mara felt her cheeks burning. Just checking the lighting fixtures, she mumbled, focusing intently on closing a sample box. Right, Harold chuckled, clearly not believing her. Whole town's excited about the festival. Morgan's done wonders organizing everything, considering all he caught himself, frowning slightly. She's been through with the whole changing thing. The bakery fell suddenly silent. Mara froze, a protective anger surging through her body like an electric current. Before she could think about where she was or who might be listening, she straightened to her full height and looked Harold directly in the eyes. Her name is Morgan. She's a woman, and there was no changing thing. She simply had the courage to live as her authentic self. Her voice was firm but clear, carrying easily in the quiet bakery. And she's the most capable, brilliant person in this town. Harold's bushy eyebrows shot up in surprise. He raised his hands defensively. Now hold on, I didn't mean anything by it. I've known Morgan since she was in diapers. Used to give her candy at the hardware store. Mara softened slightly at his genuine confusion, but didn't back down. I know you care about her, Harold. So you understand why it's important to speak about her, with the same respect you'd give any other woman in town. From the corner of her eye, Mara could see Elena watching with undisguised pride, nodding encouragingly. Harold was silent for a moment, considering her words. Then he nodded thoughtfully, accepting his coffee from Elena. You're right. Old dogs can learn new pronouns, I suppose. He gave Mara an appraising look. Morgan's lucky to have someone who cares that much. As he paid and made his way to the door with his coffee and pastry bag, Mara became acutely aware of the silence in the bakery. Every person present had witnessed the exchange, including Mrs. Thornton and her bridge club, all of whom were now typing furiously on their phones. The realization made her stomach drop. The moment the door closed behind Harold, Elena rushed around the counter and pulled Mara into a tight hug. That was magnificent, she whispered fiercely. And now, absolutely everyone will know about you two by lunchtime. The implications hit Mara like a bucket of cold water. Oh God, she groaned into Elena's shoulder. Do you think Morgan will mind? We haven't even talked about what we are yet. We just kissed last night. Elena pulled back, laughing. Honey, you just defended her honor in the town's central gossip hub. I think the what are we conversation is happening today, whether you planned it or not. Throughout the morning, Mara noticed a steady stream of customers who seemed to have suddenly developed urgent pastry needs. They'd order a single muffin or coffee, lingering at the counter to steal glances at her, some bolder than others with their questions. Lovely weather for the festival planning, isn't it? Mrs. Davis asked, eyes gleaming with curiosity. I hear you and Morgan Reyes are working very closely together on it. The strawberry tarts are Morgan's favorite, aren't they? Mr. Wilson inquired innocently, despite having never shown interest in who liked what pastry before. Around 11, the Alvarez twins burst in with their usual energy, but today their attention was squarely on Mara rather than the pastries. Mara? Just the person we wanted to see, Sophia said, while Mateo attempted to look casual and failed completely. We're doing features on the festival website about local talents coming together, Mateo explained, leaning on the counter. We thought maybe you and Morgan would do a joint interview. About your collaboration? The emphasis on collaboration was so heavy-handed that Mara nearly laughed. I'll have to check with Morgan about our schedules, she answered diplomatically. Great. Let us know. Sophia chirped, exchanging a meaningful look with her brother. We'd love to capture your partnership for the town records. After they left, clutching coffees they'd barely touched, Mara turned to Elena with a groan. I need to talk to Morgan before this gets any more out of hand. Too late, Elena replied cheerfully, nodding toward Mrs. Thornton's table where the ladies were now openly discussing the Holloway girl and her girlfriend at a volume meant to be overheard. As Mara gathered her things to leave, her phone buzzed with a text. Morgan's name appeared on the screen, making her heart skip. Apparently my girlfriend just told off Harold Jenkins in the middle of Elena's bakery. Dinner tonight at my place to discuss this promotion? The word girlfriend sent a flood of warmth through Mara's body. Despite the public nature of how things had unfolded, she felt no regret about defending Morgan. She quickly snapped a photo of the beautifully arranged festival pastry samples they'd prepared and sent it with a reply. Your girlfriend accepts. And she's not sorry about Harold. Tucking her phone away, Mara felt a certainty settle over her. For the first time since returning to her hometown, she felt like she was exactly where she belonged.
12. Storm warning. Morgan stood in Riverside Park at dawn, the grass still wet with dew beneath her boots. She methodically pressed small flags into the soil, marking vendor locations according to the detailed site map clipped to her board. The rising sun cast long shadows across the open space, not yet crowded with the tents and booths and laughter that would fill it in 3 days' time. If all went according to plan. She smiled to herself, remembering Mara's text from yesterday, a simple looking forward to dinner that had somehow made Morgan's heart race like a teenager's. And then later, the way Mara had kissed her at the doorway before leaving, so natural and casual. As if they'd been together for years, not mere days. As if they hadn't spent a decade apart, becoming different people. Morgan planted another flag and checked it against her map. The gesture had felt so domestic, so easy, Mara leaning in for a quick kiss, hand resting lightly on Morgan's waist. No hesitation. No awkwardness. Just a quiet confidence that left Morgan standing in her doorway long after Mara's car had disappeared around the corner. "Morning, Morgan." She blinked, pulled from her reverie by Sofia Alvarez's cheerful greeting. The younger woman approached with her twin brother Mateo in tow, both carrying clipboards of their own. "You're here early," Morgan said, straightening. "Perfect timing. I need help marking the electrical line paths." Within the hour, the park had transformed from Morgan's solitary domain into a bustling workspace. Volunteers arrived in groups of 2s and 3s, sleepy-eyed but eager. Morgan shifted seamlessly into event coordinator mode, directing the setup of frame tents, assigning teams to specific tasks, tracking progress against her meticulous timeline. "The sound booth needs to be at least 20 feet from the food area," she explained to Roberto, who was helping stake out the performance space. "We don't want the generator noise competing with the musicians." She touched her dragonfly brooch for luck, a habit she developed since taking over the town's event planning. The delicate piece had been her first feminine purchase after starting transition, a small private rebellion. Now it was her talisman for every event. Coffee delivery. Morgan's head snapped up at the familiar voice. Mara was making her way through the bustling volunteers, balancing a cardboard tray of steaming cups in one hand and a box of pastries in the other. Her dark curls were swept into a messy bun, and she wore a faded t-shirt with "Butter makes everything better" printed across the front. Morgan couldn't help the smile that spread across her face, momentarily forgetting her professional demeanor. She felt her cheeks warm as several volunteers glanced between them with knowing expressions. "You're a lifesaver," Morgan said, accepting a cup. Their fingers brushed in the exchange, and Morgan caught Mara's slight intake of breath. "Elena made her cinnamon rolls," Mara said, lifting the pastry box lid. "I told her they were for hard-working volunteers, but I might have been thinking specifically of you when I mentioned how early you'd be starting." "Is that favoritism I detect?" Morgan asked, voice low enough that only Mara could hear. "Absolutely," Mara replied with a wink before moving on to distribute the remaining coffees. Morgan watched her go, appreciating how easily Mara chatted with the volunteers, some familiar faces, others strangers. She'd slotted back into town life as if she'd never left, yet brought back with her a quiet confidence that was entirely new. "Make sure those stakes are driven all the way in," Morgan instructed Robert Flores, who was struggling with a particularly stubborn tent stake. "Last year we had." "Someone's gonna have to talk to Harold eventually," a voice drifted over from nearby. "I mean, the man's been here forever, but times change, you know?" Morgan paused mid-sentence, her attention caught by the conversation between two volunteers erecting a canopy several yards away. "I wish I'd been there to see it," the other volunteer replied. Nadine said Mara absolutely put Harold in his place. "Right there in front of everybody at Elena's," defended Morgan so fiercely that even Elena was surprised. "And you know Elena doesn't surprise easy." Morgan felt a wave of emotion wash over her, not embarrassment as she might have expected, but something deeper and warmer. She'd experienced her share of both subtle and overt transphobia in town, especially during her early transition. Most people had come around, but Harold Jenkins had remained stubbornly, if not maliciously, resistant to using her correct name and pronouns. "Morgan?" Robert was looking at her, expectantly. "You were saying about the stakes?" She blinked, realizing she'd lost her train of thought. "Right, make sure they're secure. Last year we had a gust of wind take down the information booth because the anchors weren't deep enough." Throughout the morning, Morgan found her attention split between coordinating the setup and stealing glances at Mara, who had rolled up her sleeves and was helping arrange tables under the main tent. The knowledge that Mara had defended her, publicly, fiercely, kept bubbling up in Morgan's consciousness like a warm spring. By mid-morning, the volunteers needed a break. Morgan watched as Mara distributed water bottles from a cooler, chatting easily with everyone. When most of the group had dispersed for their 15-minute reprieve, Morgan made her way to Mara's side. "I hear you've been terrorizing the local hardware store owners," she said lightly, leading Mara away from the group to a quieter spot beneath a willow tree. The branches created a curtain of green around them, offering a small pocket of privacy. Mara blushed, but didn't look apologetic. "Harold needed educating. And I may have been slightly emphatic about it." The direct way Mara held her gaze while saying this, unashamed, protective, made Morgan's heart swell. No one had ever defended her quite like that, with such fierce certainty. "Slightly emphatic?" Morgan raised an eyebrow. "The way I heard it, you gave a lecture that had the entire bakery applauding." "That part's exaggerated," Mara said with a small laugh. "Though Elena did give me a free eclair afterward." She paused, her expression growing more serious. "I just couldn't stand the way he was talking. Acting like your identity was some kind of phase or confusion. As if he knew you better than you know yourself." Morgan reached for Mara's hand, lacing their fingers together. "Thank you," she said simply. The words felt inadequate for the warmth spreading through her chest. "Morgan. Morgan." The moment shattered as Mayor Winters's voice carried across the park. The older woman was hurrying toward them, phone in hand and concern etched on her face. "There you are," the mayor said, slightly out of breath as she reached them. "The Weather Service just issued alerts. That tropical system is strengthening and changing direction. They're predicting severe storms all weekend." Morgan immediately pulled out her own phone, scanning the radar maps with growing dismay as the mayor elaborated on potential flooding risks. "The river's already high from last month's rainfall," Gloria continued. "Public Works is warning about significant flood risk in the park." Morgan's stomach dropped as she studied the ominous red and orange blotches crawling across her screen. "Have they issued evacuation orders?" "Not yet, but they're advising against any large outdoor gatherings." "Which means?" "The festival," Morgan finished, her mind already racing through contingency options. Within minutes, she had gathered the core committee members, including Mara, for an emergency meeting under one of the already erected tents. The Alvarez twins projected weather maps onto a tablecloth, while Morgan presented the situation with calm efficiency despite her internal panic. "We have 3 days until the festival," she explained, pointing to the timeline. "The current forecast shows sustained heavy rain and high winds exactly when we're scheduled to operate." Morgan watched the committee members exchange worried glances. The Summer Lights Festival wasn't just a fun community event, it was a significant economic driver for local businesses. Vendors counted on the revenue, and cancellation would mean financial hardship for many of them. "Can we postpone?" asked Robert Garcia, who ran the local craft brewery. Morgan shook her head. "Most vendors and performers have other commitments next weekend. And we'd lose our rental equipment deposits." "What about moving everything into the school gymnasium?" suggested Taylor Kim. "We did that for the winter market last year when the temperature dropped." "Too small," Morgan replied. "We have twice as many vendors for summer lights." As committee members voiced concerns and suggestions, Morgan watched Mara taking detailed notes, occasionally offering practical alternatives for food service adaptations. The seamless way they worked together, Mara anticipating Morgan's thoughts, Morgan building on Mara's ideas, didn't go unnoticed by the committee. When someone suggested canceling the outdoor portions entirely, Morgan saw Mara's quick headshake and found herself agreeing before Mara even spoke. "We can't cancel," Morgan said firmly. "Too many people depend on this event." She took a deep breath, considering the option she'd been mentally circling since the mayor first shared the weather news. It was risky, unconventional but potentially perfect. "The old Harrison textile mill," she proposed finally. "It's been partially renovated, has multiple large open spaces, and the owner owes me a favor." The suggestion created a buzz of shocked conversation. The mill hadn't been used for events before. The historic building stood at the edge of town, a hulking brick structure that had once been the community's economic heart before manufacturing moved overseas. It would require completely redoing our layout and logistics, Morgan acknowledged, but it could accommodate nearly everything we planned. Is it safe? Someone asked. Isn't it still under renovation? The main floors have been completed, Morgan explained. The owner was planning to market it as an event space later this year. We'd be the test run. As the committee debated the mill option, doubt began to creep into Morgan's expression. The logistics were daunting. New floor plans, rewiring for electrical needs, reconfiguring vendor spaces, adjusting the sound setup. Was she pushing too hard to save an event that might be better off canceled? Then she felt Mara slide closer, their shoulders touching. It's brilliant, Mara whispered. I've been inside. The exposed brick would look amazing with the festival lights. The simple vote of confidence steadied Morgan, who regained her authoritative posture and began addressing specific concerns with increasing certainty. We'd need to inform all vendors by tonight, she said. The Alvarez twins can update the social media channels and website immediately. We'll need volunteers to help transfer what we've already set up here. Morgan laid out a step-by-step plan, feeling her confidence grow with each nod of agreement from the committee members. When the vote came, unanimous support for the mill relocation, she felt a surge of determination that pushed aside her earlier fears. For the next several hours, Morgan found herself in the center of a logistical hurricane. She created new maps, reassigned vendor locations, recalculated electrical needs, and coordinated with the mill owner to gain immediate access to the building. Throughout the chaos, she was acutely aware of Mara's steady presence, fielding food vendor calls and solving kitchen access issues without being asked. When their eyes met across the tent where they'd established temporary headquarters, Mara gave her a thumbs up that somehow meant more than all the committee's official approval. That small gesture said, I see how hard this is and I believe in you. As evening approached and rain began to fall lightly, volunteers packed up the park setup while Morgan and Mara drove to inspect the mill together. The building loomed against the darkening sky, its brick facade softened by decades of weather but still imposingly grand. Inside the cavernous space, Morgan's flashlight beam swept across brick walls and timber beams. Their footsteps echoed on the concrete floor as they explored the main room, with its industrial windows and soaring ceiling. It's going to be a monumental amount of work, Morgan admitted, the first sign of doubt she'd allowed herself to show all day. The empty space emphasized just how much needed to be accomplished in less than 3 days. Mara took her hand, interlacing their fingers. Good thing you have the most organized brain in 3 counties, and a girlfriend who stress bakes when things get tough. Morgan's breath caught at the word girlfriend, so casually dropped, yet so significant. They hadn't officially defined what was happening between them, but the label felt right. Natural. Standing in the empty mill as thunder rumbled outside, Morgan felt the weight of responsibility pressing down. The community's expectations, the vendors who depended on festival revenue, her own professional reputation. But the warm presence of Mara's hand in hers created a counterbalance. I've been planning festivals for 3 years, Morgan said softly, but I've never had a partner who understood both the vision and the details. The word partner hung between them with multiple meanings as Mara squeezed her hand in response. You've got this, Mara said. And more importantly, we've got this. The mill is perfect, better than perfect. Can't you see it already? The food trucks can park along that wall, we can hang string lights from those beams, and that alcove would be perfect for the local musicians. As Mara spoke, Morgan began seeing it too, the empty space transformed by her vision, filled with light and music and community. The same way coming home had transformed her life in ways she never anticipated. Looking around the mill with fresh determination, Morgan began mapping out the space in her mind. Let's start by measuring the main floor, she said, pulling a tape measure from her bag. We need to know exactly what we're working with. Mara smiled and took one end of the tape. Lead the way, Festival Queen.
13. Candlelight planning. Mara raced through the rain-slicked streets, clutching her laptop bag against her chest with one arm while the other balanced a white bakery box. The downtown streetlights flickered ominously, then went dark as she rounded the corner toward the community center. Rain plastered her hair to her forehead, and her shoes squelched with each hurried step. "Great," she muttered, quickening her pace as lightning illuminated the darkened storefronts. The storm had escalated from concerning to biblical in the past hour, and she'd barely made it to Alina's to grab the pastries before the bakery closed early. Through the sheets of rain, Mara spotted erratic beams of light dancing behind the community center windows. Despite the power outage, the emergency planning session was clearly underway. She took a deep breath, oddly nervous as she approached the entrance. Something had shifted between her and Morgan since their kiss at the gazebo. Something electric and fragile that made her heart race every time they were in the same room. She pushed through the door, immediately greeted by voices echoing from the main meeting room. Completely underwater by morning, Mayor Winter's dramatic declaration carried down the hallway. 20 years of summer lights, and now we'll have summer floods. It's a catastrophe. It's a problem with solutions, came Morgan's steady voice, instantly recognizable. Sophia, can you pull up the vendor spreadsheet before your battery dies? Mara shook rain from her jacket and made her way down the hallway. The scene that greeted her was organized chaos at its finest. The Alvarez twins hunched over their phones, the blue glow illuminating their identical concerned expressions as they frantically saved files from dying laptops. 3 committee members huddled around a paper map spread across 2 tables pushed together, while Mayor Winters paced dramatically, her flashlight beam swinging wildly with each gesture. And there was Morgan, standing in the center of it all, a battery-powered lantern casting her in a warm glow as she directed the emergency response with the calm efficiency of a battlefield general. Her hair was pulled back in a messy bun, a pencil stuck through it, and despite the clear tension in her shoulders, her voice remained measured and reassuring. When Morgan spotted Mara in the doorway, something flickered across her face, relief, maybe even something warmer, before she seamlessly returned to crisis management mode. "Mateo, make sure you've got the contact spreadsheet before that laptop dies completely," Morgan continued, gesturing toward one of the twins. "Mara? Thank goodness. Do you still have battery on your laptop? Ours are almost dead, and we need to finish these mill floor layouts before tomorrow's vendor meeting." Mara held up her bag. "Fully charged this morning. And I brought brain fuel." She raised the bakery box, which earned an appreciative murmur from the assembled group. "You're a lifesaver," Morgan said, making her way across the room. She stopped short of touching Mara, maintaining a professional distance that felt both necessary and frustrating. "We've got maybe 2 hours before these emergency lights quit. Let's make them count." For the next hour, they worked frantically to salvage the festival plans. Mara's laptop became command central as Morgan transferred digital files and made rapid adjustments to the textile mill layouts. The storm continued its assault outside, rain drumming against the windows while occasional thunderclaps made everyone jump. "The south entrance won't work for the food court," Councilwoman Patel said, peering at the screen over Morgan's shoulder. "That loading dock is always the first place to flood. What if we put food along the eastern corridor instead?" Mara suggested, reaching across Morgan to point at the screen. "It's elevated and has those big windows. People could watch the storm while they eat." Morgan turned toward her, their faces suddenly inches apart. "That's actually perfect." A small smile played at her lips. "The natural light would help if we're still having power issues." "I need to check on my basement," Councilman Bridges announced, gathering his jacket. "My wife says the water's rising." One by one, the committee members made their excuses and departed into the storm, until only the twins, Mayor Winters, Morgan, and Mara remained. Sophia's phone chimed with an emergency alert. "Flash flood warning for the east side," she reported, looking up with concern. "That's us, Mateo. Abuela's going to need help moving things upstairs. After the twins departed, Mayor Winters dramatically assessed their diminished ranks. Down to the final three. Like survivors in a disaster movie. She peered out the window at the sheets of rain. Though I should probably check on my cat. He's terrified of storms, poor Archibald. She turned to Morgan and Mara with theatrical significance. Can I trust you two to finish these crucial preparations? The fate of summer lights rests in your hands. We've got it covered, Mayor, Morgan assured her, gesturing to the stack of papers they'd printed while the laptop still had power. Go take care of Archibald. As the mayor's footsteps faded down the hallway, Morgan sighed. Let's move to my office. I've got emergency candles in there, and we'll need them soon. She gathered the papers. These batteries won't last much longer. Mara followed Morgan down the darkened hallway, hyper-aware of their sudden solitude. Morgan's office was small but organized, with festival posters from previous years adding color to the walls. Morgan pulled a box from her bottom drawer and began setting out thick pillar candles around the room. Always prepared, aren't you? Mara observed, helping arrange the candles. Event Planning 101, Morgan replied with a small smile. Always expect disaster. As she spoke, the emergency lights flickered and died, plunging them into momentary darkness, before she found her lighter and began illuminating the candles one by one. The warm, flickering light transformed the office, casting dramatic shadows across Morgan's features as she leaned over her desk, spreading out the printed layouts. Mara found herself momentarily transfixed by the way the candlelight caught in Morgan's eyes, turning them to liquid amber. Let's focus on vendor placement first, Morgan said, seemingly unaware of Mara's stare. We need to group similar booths while balancing foot traffic. They fell into a natural rhythm, Mara suggesting logical food pairings while Morgan calculated space requirements and traffic patterns. Their hands occasionally brushed across the maps, each brief contact sending a current through Mara that had nothing to do with the storm raging outside. The crepe stand should be near Alina's Pastries, Mara suggested, pointing to a spot on the map. They've got complimentary offerings, but won't compete. Good thinking, Morgan nodded, making a notation. And we should keep Harold's Barbecue far from the vegetarian collective. Not just for ideological reasons, Mara added with a laugh. The smoke would drive them crazy. As they worked, Mara found her attention increasingly drawn to Morgan's focused expression, the slight furrow between her brows, the way she tucked her bottom lip between her teeth when concentrating. The candlelight caught the elegant line of her cheekbones in shifting patterns of gold. The office door suddenly swung open, making them both jump. Mayor Winters stood in the doorway, illuminated by her flashlight. Ladies, I'm heading home before Noah starts building arcs, she announced. You should do the same, these streets aren't getting any safer. We'll just finish these critical layouts first, Morgan assured her. 15 minutes tops. Well, don't drown for the sake of arts and crafts booths, the mayor warned before disappearing back into the darkness. As her footsteps faded away, a different kind of silence settled over the office, intimate, charged, and suddenly very personal. Just the two of them, surrounded by flickering candlelight with rain lashing against the windows. Mara looked up from the papers to find Morgan watching her, the professional mask momentarily lowered to reveal something more vulnerable. We're going to make this work, Mara said with sudden conviction, reaching across the desk to squeeze Morgan's hand. The festival. All of it. Morgan turned her palm up, interlacing their fingers. Her skin was warm against Mara's. When you defended me at Alina's, she said softly, no one's ever done anything like that for me before. The vulnerability in her voice made Mara's chest tighten. Get used to it, she responded simply, holding Morgan's gaze across the candlelit desk. Morgan's thumb traced small circles against the back of Mara's hand. I'm trying to. They returned to work side by side, the mood shifted to something more tender. Mara's phone buzzed on the desk, probably another weather alert. She glanced down automatically, then froze when she saw the email notification. From Food Network Digital confirmed, guest blogger series, Chicago, June 18 to 24. The sight of it hit her like a bucket of ice water. The opportunity she'd been working toward for years, scheduled to begin immediately after the festival, and something she'd been carefully avoiding discussing with Morgan. She set the phone down, screen side down, but not before Morgan had noticed her expression changing. "Everything okay?" Morgan asked, concern evident in her voice. Mara hesitated, then decided on honesty. "I'm supposed to leave for Chicago right after the festival. It's a big opportunity, guest spots on 3 major food blogs, potential cookbook discussions." The words hung in the air between them. Morgan's hands stilled on the papers, her face momentarily unreadable in the shifting candlelight. That's amazing, Mara. Exactly what you've been working toward." Her voice was genuine, but Mara caught the hint of something else beneath the supportive words. "It is," Mara acknowledged, suddenly unable to muster enthusiasm for what should have been exciting news. "It's just not what I'm thinking about right now." Thunder crashed outside, closer this time, rattling the windows. The confession created a strange urgency between them, as if the storm and the looming deadline had compressed time. Mara stood, moving around the desk to perch on its edge near Morgan. "I don't want to think about leaving right now," she admitted, reaching out to tuck a strand of hair behind Morgan's ear in a deliberate echo of Morgan's familiar gesture. "I just want to be here, with you, figuring this out." The double meaning in her words was intentional, as her hand lingered against Morgan's cheek. Morgan stood, eliminating the remaining space between them. "When I planned this festival," she said, her voice low, "I never anticipated the most challenging variable would be you coming home." The candlelight caught in her eyes as she placed her hands on either side of Mara on the desk, not quite touching but surrounding her, creating a world that consisted only of the two of them. The air between them felt charged, heavy with intention and the awareness of limited time. "Home has taken on a new meaning since I've been back," Mara whispered, finally closing the distance between them. Unlike their rain-soaked kisses in the gazebo, this was immediately deeper, more urgent. Morgan's hand slid to Mara's waist as Mara threaded her fingers through Morgan's hair, festival plans scattered beneath them entirely forgotten. The kiss intensified as thunder crashed outside, and Mara found herself pulling Morgan impossibly closer. Morgan's lips were soft but insistent, and Mara completely lost track of time as the storm raged outside their candlelit bubble. When Morgan's lips traced a path along her jaw to that sensitive spot just below her ear, Mara let out a small gasp, her hands tightening in Morgan's hair. They moved together with an intuitive understanding that made Mara's heart race. Each touch, each kiss felt like both a discovery and a homecoming, new and yet somehow familiar, as if they'd been meant to find this connection all along. Later, minutes or perhaps hours, Mara couldn't tell, they sat together in Morgan's office chair, Mara in Morgan's lap, their foreheads touching as they caught their breath. The abandoned floor plans lay scattered around them, time temporarily suspended. Morgan's arms encircled Mara's waist, holding her close as if afraid she might vanish. "We should probably finish these layouts," Morgan eventually murmured against Mara's neck, though her arms tightened rather than released. "Or," Mara suggested, running her fingers along Morgan's jawline, "we could acknowledge we work well under pressure and take a little more time for us." She tilted Morgan's face up, meeting her eyes with a smile. "Mayor Winters did say our streets aren't safe." Morgan's laugh was soft and warm. "A very valid concern." Mara leaned down to capture Morgan's lips again, softly this time. "Besides, I've been told I make excellent decisions in emergency situations." "This is definitely an emergency situation," Morgan agreed solemnly, though her eyes sparkled with mischief in the candlelight. "Festival threatening, even." As the storm continued its assault outside, and the festival crisis loomed, they chose each other for this moment, both aware of but refusing to be diminished by the knowledge that their time together had a rapidly approaching expiration date.
14. The Festival Eve. Morgan stood at the center of the transformed textile mill, a strange blend of pride and melancholy swirling through her chest. The space looked nothing short of magical. Thousands of fairy lights crisscrossed the exposed brick walls and timber beams, transforming what had been an abandoned industrial space into a twinkling wonderland. Vendors rushed around setting up booths, while volunteers followed her meticulously designed placement charts. She checked items off her clipboard with practiced efficiency, the familiar rhythm of event coordination providing an anchor amid her emotional turbulence. String lights are complete in zones 3 through 7, she murmured to herself, making a neat checkmark. Sound system tested, vendor power distribution confirmed, emergency exits clearly marked. Despite her focus on the list, Morgan's gaze kept drifting across the room to where Mara directed the food vendor placements. Even from a distance, she could see Mara's natural authority as she guided people with warm confidence. Mara looked up suddenly, catching Morgan watching her, and offered a small smile that made Morgan's chest tighten. She returned it briefly before dropping her eyes back to her clipboard, unsure what to do with all these feelings she couldn't seem to compartmentalize. Morgan. Emergency social media situation. The Alvarez twins materialized beside her, Sophia clutching her phone while Mateo peered over her shoulder. Morgan took a steadying breath, grateful for the interruption. "What's happening now?" she asked, slipping into problem-solving mode. "It's not exactly an emergency," Sophia admitted, her enthusiasm undiminished. "But look at these comments. The mill transformation photos we posted are blowing up. Everyone's calling it the most innovative festival pivot ever." Mateo nodded eagerly, scrolling through the festival's social media page. "The textile mill backdrop is so much cooler than the park. People are saying this might be the best summer lights ever, and it hasn't even started." That's great," Morgan said, genuinely pleased despite everything. "The committee really pulled together." "And you and Mara are trending locally," Mateo added with a mischievous grin, scrolling to a different section of comments. "Look, people are asking if you two are." Morgan quickly looked over his shoulder and felt her face warm. The comments ranged from innocent observations about their amazing teamwork to much more direct speculation about their relationship status. Seeing their connection transformed into public entertainment made her deeply uncomfortable. "Let's focus on the actual festival," she redirected firmly. "Have you finished setting up the photo backdrop in the east alcove? And I notice the uplighting in the corner by the main entrance is flickering. Can you check if it's a connection issue?" The twins exchanged a knowing look but nodded. "On it, boss," Sophia said with a small salute. As they scurried away, Morgan exhaled slowly, trying to center herself. The last thing she needed was the added pressure of being part of the town's favorite new romantic speculation. "You look like you could use this." Morgan turned to find Jasmine approaching with 2 paper cups of coffee. Her sister's unexpected appearance was both comforting and concerning. Jasmine rarely showed up at event setups unless she was worried. "Thanks," Morgan said, accepting the coffee gratefully. "I didn't know you were coming today." "Just thought I'd check how things were going," Jasmine replied casually, but her eyes were sharp as she scanned the room, inevitably landing on Mara. "You've pulled off a miracle with this space." Morgan took a sip of her coffee, perfect, with just the right amount of oat milk. "It was a team effort." Jasmine hummed noncommittally, watching Morgan with the unnerving perception she'd had since they were children. "You're doing that thing where you over-organize because you're upset." "I'm not upset," Morgan replied automatically, tapping her pen against her clipboard. "I'm just making sure everything's perfect for tomorrow." Jasmine placed a gentle hand on her arm and guided her toward a quiet corner behind a partially constructed booth. "Dad mentioned Mara's Chicago plans," she said softly when they were out of earshot. "Food blog headquarters or something?" Morgan's chest tightened. It's a huge opportunity for her. 6 months embedded with their test kitchen development team, contributing to their cookbook. She trailed off, hating how her voice sounded hollow even to her own ears. Jasmine's expression softened with concern. "I'm worried you're setting yourself up for exactly what happened with Elise. Remember? She was just passing through too." The comparison to Morgan's ex-girlfriend landed with uncomfortable precision. Elise had been a traveling consultant who'd swept into town for 3 months, ignited an intense relationship with Morgan, and then left for her next assignment with barely a backward glance. "This is different," Morgan insisted, though she wasn't entirely convinced herself. "Mara and I have history. And it's not," she stopped, frustrated by her inability to define exactly what they were to each other. "Anyway, I'm fine. I've got this under control." Jasmine didn't look convinced, but she dropped it with a gentle squeeze of Morgan's shoulder. "I'm here if you need me. And I brought those extra extension cords from my garage." "You're a lifesaver," Morgan said, grateful for both the practical help and the subject change. She threw herself back into work, tackling the electrical distribution plan with Harold Jenkins, the hardware store owner who'd surprised her lately with his genuine efforts to be supportive. They were discussing power requirements when Morgan overheard Mara's voice nearby, animated and excited. "And the food innovation happening in Chicago right now is incredible," Mara was telling Elena, her hands gesturing enthusiastically. "They're combining techniques from completely different culinary traditions, and the test kitchen setup is like something out of a dream." Morgan couldn't help watching as Mara's eyes lit up, her whole face transformed by passion and ambition. The sight made something twist painfully in her chest, not because she didn't want that happiness for Mara, but because she knew she had no right to interfere with it. She realized Harold had fallen silent beside her. The older man followed her gaze to Mara, then looked back at Morgan with unexpected understanding in his weathered face. "Sometimes the right person comes at the wrong time," he said quietly. The simple observation struck Morgan speechless. Coming from Harold, who still sometimes struggled with her pronouns but was clearly making a genuine effort to see her, it carried an unexpected weight. She could only nod mutely as they finished connecting the power strips. Throughout the afternoon, Morgan deliberately kept herself buried in minute details, triple-checking the sound system, rearranging the welcome table, repositioning spotlights by fractions of inches. She maintained a professional distance from Mara, not cold but carefully contained. When they did have to interact about vendor placements or lighting adjustments, Morgan was warm but efficiently businesslike, steering conversations back to festival logistics whenever Mara ventured toward anything personal. She caught the confusion in Mara's eyes more than once, a flash of hurt quickly masked by a professional smile. Each time, guilt pooled in Morgan's stomach, but she couldn't bring herself to address it here, surrounded by volunteers and committee members who seemed to watch their every interaction with barely disguised interest. "Morgan!" Robert Reyes's familiar voice called out. Her father approached with a bundle of extension cords draped over his shoulder, his doctor's bag incongruously hanging from the other. He'd obviously come straight from the clinic. "Thanks, Dad," she said, genuinely thankful for his support. "Those should cover our reserve needs." Robert set down the cords, then observed his daughter silently for a moment, his eyes thoughtful. "I need your emergency organizational skills at Lookout Point," he finally announced. "The festival viewing area needs marking." Morgan immediately recognized the transparent ploy. There was no viewing area planned for Lookout Point, and they both knew it. But despite seeing through her father's obvious scheme, she found herself nodding. "Let me grab my jacket," she said, secretly relieved for a legitimate reason to step away from the building tension. She avoided looking in Mara's direction as she followed her father out of the mill. The drive to Lookout Point was silent, Morgan staring out the window as familiar streets rolled by. When they arrived at the scenic overlook above town, the late afternoon sun was casting long golden shadows across the valley below. The town looked impossibly small from up here, a collection of toy buildings nestled among trees. "So where exactly is this viewing area supposed to be?" Morgan asked, hands on her hips as they approached the familiar bench overlooking the valley. Robert smiled, utterly unapologetic. "Ah," he said lightly, "must have been a miscommunication." "Dad." Morgan sighed, but found herself sitting beside him on the weathered wooden bench. The view had always calmed her, ever since she was a child. When you were 16, her father began after a comfortable silence, you mapped out your entire life in 5-year increments. Had it all figured out, college, career path, where you'd live, everything neatly plotted out. Not one of those plans included moving home at 26 or becoming the town's most successful event planner. Morgan fell silent, understanding his point before he even made it. Her careful life blueprint had gone out the window years ago, but somehow she'd ended up exactly where she needed to be, doing work that fulfilled her in ways she'd never anticipated. "I've watched you these past weeks," Robert continued gently, "the way you light up around her, how you look at her when you think no one's watching." Morgan stared at the town spread below them, the mill's distinctive silhouette just visible near the river. She felt oddly vulnerable in her father's presence, as if 16 again, wrestling with feelings she couldn't name. "She's leaving right after the festival," she finally admitted, the words painful to say aloud. "Chicago. Big opportunity." Robert nodded thoughtfully. "Your mother had a fellowship offer in Boston when we met." This was news to Morgan, who turned to look at her father in surprise. "Mom never mentioned that." "It was prestigious. Career-making," Robert continued. "She was all set to go." "What happened?" Her father smiled, the lines around his eyes deepening with memory. "She decided Boston would still have fellowships next year, but what we had found together was worth exploring. She always said it was the best gamble she ever took." He turned to meet Morgan's gaze directly. "Sometimes the right opportunity isn't a place, Morgan. Sometimes it's a person." They sat in silence as the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in deepening shades of orange and pink. Morgan let her father's words sink in, weighing them against her fears and hopes. "I can't ask her to stay," she finally said. "That's not fair." "Who said anything about asking her to stay?" Robert replied mildly. "I'm just suggesting you shouldn't push her away before she's even gone." When they returned to the mill, the space had transformed even further in their absence. With the sun setting, the thousands of fairy lights cast a warm, magical glow throughout the cavernous space. Morgan paused in the entrance, momentarily breathless at the beauty they'd collectively created. She spotted Mara immediately, adjusting paper lanterns above her food stall. Her face was scrunched in concentration, bottom lip caught between her teeth, as she carefully positioned each lantern for maximum effect. For a moment Morgan simply watched her, the way her curls escaped her messy bun, the confident authority in her movements, the little satisfied nod she gave when something aligned perfectly. The realization hit with startling clarity. She was falling in love with Mara Holloway, and it terrified her. "Attention, everyone!" Mayor Winters's commanding voice echoed through the mill. "Gather round for a final briefing, please." Morgan reluctantly tore her gaze from Mara and joined the forming circle of volunteers and committee members. The mayor beamed at them all, her elaborate festival-themed earrings catching the light as she moved. "What you've accomplished here is nothing short of extraordinary," Mayor Winters declared. 3 days ago we were facing potential disaster, and now we have what might be the most spectacular summer lights setting in festival history." A round of applause rippled through the group. Morgan kept her eyes fixed on the mayor, though she could feel Mara's presence across the circle. "Special recognition must go to Morgan and Mara's remarkable partnership," the mayor continued, gesturing toward them both. "Their combined vision and determination turned crisis into opportunity. I think we can all agree this dynamic duo has created something magical." Uncomfortable heat rose in Morgan's cheeks as everyone turned to look at them. Across the circle, Mara's eyes found hers, filled with a question Morgan wasn't ready to answer. Instead, she stepped forward, clipboard in hand. "Thank you, Mayor Winters," she said smoothly. "But this was truly a community effort. Now, about tomorrow's opening ceremony, the ribbon cutting will begin at 10 sharp, so all vendors should be fully set up by 9:30. She continued with final assignments and reminders, her event coordinator persona firmly in place, ignoring the weighted looks exchanged around the circle. As evening fell and most volunteers departed, Morgan retreated to the mill's small office space, making final adjustments to the schedule. The quiet was a relief, after the constant noise and movement of the day. She massaged her temples, trying to focus on logistics rather than emotions. The soft sound of footsteps made her stiffen. She knew without looking who it was, had become attuned to the particular rhythm of those steps. "Have I done something wrong?" Mara asked directly from the doorway. "You've been distant all day." Morgan finally turned, unprepared for the hurt and confusion in Mara's expression, despite having caused it herself. The evening light filtered through the small window, catching the gold flecks in Mara's brown eyes. "No," Morgan said softly. "You haven't done anything wrong at all." "Then what's going on?" Mara stepped further into the room, the space suddenly seeming much smaller. "I thought after the other night we were—" She trailed off, leaving the undefined shape of their relationship hanging between them. Morgan set down her clipboard, searching for words that wouldn't make this worse. "I want your last days here to be perfect," she finally admitted. "You have this amazing opportunity waiting in Chicago, and I don't want to complicate that." What she didn't say was how much it hurt to think of Mara leaving, how selfish it would feel to ask her to reconsider, how loving someone sometimes meant letting them go pursue their dreams without adding the weight of your own need to their decisions. Mara took another step forward, reaching for Morgan's hand. "Maybe I want complications," she said softly. The touch of Mara's fingers sent warmth spreading up Morgan's arm, and for a moment she almost let herself lean into it. Instead, she gently slipped her hand away and picked up her clipboard again. "We should focus on making this festival perfect," she said with forced brightness. "Let's make it something you'll remember when you're developing recipes in that fancy Chicago test kitchen." She didn't see the flash of disappointment that crossed Mara's face, too busy shuffling papers that didn't need reorganizing. "The ribbon cutting is at 10, but we should be here by 7 to handle any last-minute issues. I've scheduled the Alvarez twins to handle social media throughout the day, and Elena's delivering the first round of pastries by 8:30. Morgan continued reviewing the schedule, creating the perfect farewell gift for the woman she couldn't bring herself to ask to stay.
15. Summer lights. Mara blinked against the kaleidoscope of light and color swirling around her. The textile mill, a forgotten industrial shell just days ago, now pulsed with life and energy like a living organism. String lights crisscrossed overhead in deliberate constellations, their glow reflecting off exposed brick walls that somehow looked warm rather than stark. The transformation was nothing short of miraculous. She raised her camera, capturing the moment for her blog. Vintage Edison bulbs casting honey gold light over wooden tables where families gathered, children with faces painted like woodland creatures darting between legs, the impromptu dance floor where elderly couples swayed to acoustic guitar. The aromas from the food stalls wove together, her own blackberry tarts mingling with Elena's cinnamon churros and the savory notes of Jimena's family barbecue. All of it created in days rather than weeks. All of it Morgan's vision made manifest. "Excuse me, can I? Oh, it's you." A woman in a flowered hat beamed at Mara. "Those tarts were divine. You should open a shop right here in town." "Thank you," Mara said automatically, her eyes tracking Morgan's progress across the main floor. Even from this distance, Mara could see the contained precision in Morgan's movements. She wore a midnight blue dress with tiny silver stars embroidered along the hem, festive yet practical, and had swapped her usual heels for silver flats that allowed her to glide effortlessly through the crowd. Clipboard in hand, wireless earpiece barely visible beneath her dark hair, she moved with purpose, solving problems before most people even registered a hiccup. As Mara watched, Morgan knelt beside a teary-eyed little boy, his lower lip trembling. She spoke gently, then pointed toward the information booth where a volunteer waited. The boy nodded, wiping his nose with his sleeve. Morgan produced a handkerchief from her pocket. Of course she carried handkerchiefs, and dabbed at his face before escorting him to the booth. No sooner had she resolved that situation than she was redirecting the overhead lighting that had gone too dim above the local artist's display, then smoothly mediating what appeared to be a dispute between two vendor booths. "If I ran my kitchen with half that efficiency, I'd have a Michelin star by now," Mara murmured to herself, chest tight with admiration. She glanced at her watch. Almost time for her demonstration. With reluctance, she tore her gaze away from Morgan and headed toward the culinary stage. "The secret to a perfect blackberry tart," Mara explained to the attentive audience gathered before the demonstration station, "is balancing the berries' tartness. These local blackberries from Willow Creek Farm have a beautiful acidity that needs just the right amount of sweetness to complement without overwhelming." Her hands moved with practiced assurance, crimping the edges of the pastry while she talked. The familiar rhythm of demonstration settled her nerves, though she found herself unexpectedly incorporating stories that had nothing to do with baking. "When we were setting up yesterday, Morgan realized we'd need more extension cords for all the vendors. So at 6 in the morning, she drove to 3 different towns to find enough," Mara said, smiling at the memory. "Without Morgan Reyes, we'd all be huddled under umbrellas in the park right now." A movement at the edge of the crowd caught her attention. Morgan stood half hidden behind a column, watching. When their eyes met, something flashed across Morgan's face: vulnerability, surprise, perhaps even longing, before she ducked away, disappearing into the festival throng. Mara faltered for just a moment before returning to her demonstration, the pastry temporarily forgotten in her hands. "You're a hit," Elena declared, sliding a paper cup of coffee across the prep table. The demonstration had ended 20 minutes ago, but people were still coming by to ask questions or simply compliment Mara's work. "But your eyes keep wandering over there." She nodded toward the far corner where Morgan stood in deep conversation with Mayor Winters, their heads bent together over a tablet. "I'm just making sure everything's running smoothly," Mara said, but even to her own ears the excuse sounded flimsy. Elena raised a perfectly shaped eyebrow. "Have you told her you're having second thoughts about Chicago?" Mara's fingers tightened around her coffee cup. "I haven't decided anything yet." Elena's skepticism was palpable. "For a woman who writes detailed recipes, you're remarkably vague about the most important ingredients in your life." "That's not fair." "Isn't it?" Elena's expression softened. "Listen, I've watched you both dancing around each other for weeks. Now you're leaving in 2 days, and you're still keeping one foot out the door." "It's complicated," Mara said, knowing how inadequate the words were even as she spoke them. "The Chicago offer is a huge opportunity." "And Morgan isn't?" Elena shook her head. "Just be honest with her and yourself about what you actually want, before the festival ends and it's too late." Elena squeezed her shoulder gently before departing to check on her churro stand, leaving Mara with a cold coffee and uncomfortable thoughts. After her final demonstration, Mara wandered through the festival, genuinely impressed by how seamlessly everything ran despite the venue change. The old textile mill, with its soaring ceilings and industrial charm, actually suited the festival better than the traditional park setting would have. Light installations projected delicate patterns across brick walls. Local artists displayed their work against rustic wooden backdrops. Children chased each other through carefully designated play areas, while parents chatted nearby. Near the small stage, elderly couples swayed to an acoustic cover of "Stand By Me," some of them likely having danced together for half a century or more. Mara paused to photograph them, struck by the easy intimacy of hands that had held each other through decades of life's complexities. That vision of connection, of belonging deeply to both a person and a place, stirred something in her chest. Chicago suddenly seemed very far away, its gleaming opportunities less compelling than they had been just days ago. "Nice shot?" The voice behind her made Mara turn. Jasmine Reyes stood there, holding a paper lantern and looking uncharacteristically approachable in casual clothes, rather than her usual polished attorney attire. "Thanks," Mara said, lowering her camera. "The festival's amazing. I can't believe how well everything came together." Jasmine nodded, her gaze sweeping the mill's transformed interior. "She's worked herself to exhaustion making this perfect," she said without preamble. For the town. For you? The direct acknowledgement caught Mara off guard. Before she could formulate a response, Jasmine continued, her voice softening. Morgan builds beautiful things and watches people enjoy them while standing apart herself. It's a pattern I'd hoped someone might break. Mara swallowed against the sudden tightness in her throat. I care about her, she said carefully. I know. Jasmine's expression was unreadable. The question is whether you care enough to stay, or take her with you. Before Mara could respond, Jasmine had disappeared back into the crowd, leaving her lantern and her words hanging in the air between them. An hour later, Mara still hadn't spotted Morgan again. She'd circled the entire festival twice, checked the staging areas, even peeked into the makeshift office they'd established in a former supervisor's booth. Nothing. Looking for Morgan? Sofia Alvarez appeared at her elbow, smartphone in hand as always. I saw her heading up the service stairs earlier. She looked kind of overwhelmed, Mateo added, appearing at his twin's side. Like she needed air. Which stairs? Mara asked. Mateo pointed toward a metal door, partially hidden behind a tapestry display. Those go to the roof garden. Most people don't know it exists. Thanks, Mara said, already moving in that direction. She slipped past the tapestries and found the door unlocked. A narrow stairwell spiraled upward, dim emergency lights marking the way. The door at the top opened onto a forgotten rooftop space, nothing like the manicured gardens of upscale urban buildings. This was wild and overgrown, with plants breaking through cracked concrete and climbing old water pipes. But it offered something precious, solitude and a clear view of the town, illuminated now by the storm's passing and emerging stars. Morgan stood alone at the rooftop's edge, clipboard still clutched in one hand, staring out at the distant lights. She hadn't heard the door open. Hiding from your own successful festival? Mara asked softly. Morgan turned with a start. Up close, the exhaustion was evident beneath her composed exterior. Slight redness around her eyes, tension in her shoulders, a certain brittleness to her usual grace. Just needed 5 minutes, Morgan explained, attempting her professional smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. The noise downstairs was getting to be a bit much. The mill is magnificent, Mara said, moving to stand beside her at the railing. Everyone's saying it's the best festival the town's ever had. Morgan nodded, accepting the compliment with practiced grace. We were lucky the old place had good infrastructure. And the storm holding off didn't hurt. Mara recognized the deflection for what it was, Morgan redirecting credit, minimizing her own contributions. She'd been doing it all day. All week, really, ever since their night in the community center when Mara had mentioned Chicago. Taking a deep breath, Mara decided on directness. Why have you been pulling away from me? Morgan stared down at her clipboard rather than meeting Mara's eyes. I'm just giving you space to enjoy what's left before you go, she said carefully, but Mara could hear the hurt beneath the measured words. You have this amazing opportunity waiting in Chicago. I don't want to be the person who complicates that for you. Not when you've worked so hard. The echo of past choices, Mara leaving for culinary school, their teenage connection severed, hung unspoken between them. What if I'm reconsidering Chicago? Mara asked quietly. The question made Morgan finally look directly at her, startled hope quickly guarded by caution. Mara, Morgan began then stopped, visibly struggling with words. I can't ask you to give up opportunities for this town. For me. That wouldn't be fair. Mara stepped closer, gently taking the clipboard from Morgan's hands and setting it on a nearby planter. Shouldn't that be my decision? She asked. What if I found something here worth building a different future around? The festival sounds drifted up from below, music and laughter, the community celebrating in the space Morgan had created from crisis. A gentle breeze stirred Morgan's hair, and Mara resisted the urge to brush it back from her face. Morgan finally spoke with raw honesty, her professional mask completely dropped. I'm falling in love with you, she admitted, her voice barely audible above the distant festivities. But I'm terrified of planning another future around someone who might leave when the festival lights come down. The vulnerability in her confession broke something open in Mara, who reached for Morgan's hands, holding them tightly between her own. "What if," Mara suggested, her own voice unsteady with emotion, "instead of planning separate futures, we start imagining one we could build together?" Morgan's eyes widened, hope and fear warring in her expression. "You don't mean that. You can't." "I do," Mara said, the certainty growing with each word. "I don't have all the answers yet. My blog can be done from anywhere. My cookbook can be tested in any kitchen. But standing here, seeing what you've built, not just this festival but your whole life, I realize I've been searching for something I might have had all along if I'd just been brave enough to see it." "You're just caught up in festival magic," Morgan whispered, but she didn't pull her hands away. "Tomorrow the lights come down, and reality sets back in." "Then let's talk tomorrow," Mara challenged gently. "And the day after. And next week. I'm not saying it would be simple, but nothing worth building ever is." Below them, the festival continued its celebration, oblivious to the moment unfolding above. A cloud passed from the face of the moon, bathing the rooftop in silver light. Morgan's eyes glistened. "I've spent so long making sure I never needed anyone," Morgan confessed. "Being completely self-sufficient was safer." "I know," Mara said softly. "So did I. Look how well that worked out for both of us." The ghost of a smile touched Morgan's lips. "Wonderfully effective. We're both perfectly content, and not at all standing on a roof having an emotional crisis." Mara laughed, and the sound seemed to break through the last of Morgan's reserve. She squeezed Mara's hands. "I don't want to hold you back," Morgan said. "That's my biggest fear. What if, instead of holding me back, you're helping me find my way forward?" Mara asked. "What if leaving isn't always the brave choice? Sometimes staying or coming back takes more courage." Morgan's expression softened, hope beginning to outweigh caution. "So what are you saying, exactly?" "I'm saying, I need to make a call to Chicago. To see if we can rework some terms." Mara brought one hand up to gently touch Morgan's cheek. "And I'm saying, I'm falling in love with you too. And that terrifies me, because I've never felt this certain about anything or anyone before." Morgan leaned slightly into the touch. "For someone who just said they're terrified, you sound remarkably calm." "Trust me, I'm an absolute disaster inside," Mara admitted with a shaky laugh. "But somehow being a disaster with you feels right." Morgan smiled then, a real smile that reached her eyes and transformed her face. "Poetry." "I'm a recipe writer, not a poet," Mara protested, but she was smiling too. "Speaking of which," Morgan said, glancing back toward the stairs, "your last demonstration?" "Can wait," Mara finished firmly. "I have more important ingredients to attend to right now." Morgan laughed, the sound clear and unburdened for the first time in days. "Alina's influence is showing." "She did call me remarkably vague about the important stuff," Mara admitted. "I'm trying to be more specific." She took a deep breath. "Starting with this." She closed the remaining distance between them and kissed Morgan softly, feeling her respond with a gentle pressure that quickly deepened into something more certain, more real than any of the hesitant moments they'd shared before. When they finally broke apart, Morgan rested her forehead against Mara's. "That was very specific," she murmured. "I can get even more detailed if you'd like," Mara offered, heart still racing. "I would. But perhaps not on this roof with 200 festival goers directly below us," Morgan suggested with reluctant practicality. "And you do have berries that need attending to." Mara sighed dramatically. "Always so responsible." "One of us has to be," Morgan teased, but her eyes were serious as she added, "We really do need to talk more about this. About Chicago and what's practical and—" "And we will," Mara promised. "After the festival. For now, can we just be here? In this moment?" Morgan hesitated, then nodded, a smile spreading across her face. "I think I can manage that." Hand in hand, they stood at the railing, the stars above and the festival lights below creating a private universe just for them, a small, perfect moment amid the chaos of possibilities to come.
16. Rewriting Our Stars. Morgan stood at the center of the textile mill's main hall, a strange mix of pride and wistfulness washing over her as she surveyed what her team had accomplished in such a short time. Thousands of lanterns and string lights cast a warm amber glow over the historic space, transforming what had once been a utilitarian factory floor into something magical. The storm that had threatened to destroy everything had become a footnote, forgotten now as music and laughter echoed off century-old brick walls. Festival-goers filled every corner, more than they'd ever had before, their faces illuminated in the gentle light as they moved from booth to booth. Children clutched colorful paper lanterns, vendors called out their offerings, and the local band played a lively tune that somehow merged perfectly with the hum of conversation. "Morgan, my dear, this is the most spectacular success in festival history." Mayor Winters appeared at her side, resplendent in a teal pantsuit with a string of festival lights fashioned into a glowing necklace. "The council is already talking about making the mill our permanent venue. Who needs a park when we have all this glorious space?" "Thank you, Mayor," Morgan replied automatically, her eyes still scanning the crowd. She wasn't looking for problems to solve or details to perfect. She was searching for a familiar silhouette, dark curly hair likely pulled back in a messy bun, warm brown eyes that crinkled at the corners when she laughed, hands that always seemed to be in motion when she spoke about something she loved. "Looking for someone in particular?" Mayor Winters asked, not even attempting to hide her knowing smile. Morgan felt heat rise to her cheeks. "Just making sure everything's running smoothly." The mayor hummed, clearly unconvinced. "Well, when you find her, tell Mara I said the vegetable tempura at her booth is absolutely divine. I've been twice already." Before Morgan could form a response, the Alvarez twins materialized beside her, with the uncanny synchronicity that always made them seem like they shared a brain. "Morgan, you have to see these numbers." Sophia thrust her tablet forward, her dark eyes wide with excitement. "We've broken all previous festival records on social media engagement. People are coming from 3 towns over after seeing the photos," Mateo added, bouncing slightly on his toes. "The hashtag is trending regionally. And they're especially loving the romance angle," Sophia continued, taking the tablet back from her brother and scrolling with dramatic flair before turning it toward Morgan. Morgan's breath caught as she saw the image on screen, a candid photo someone had captured of her watching Mara during her cooking demonstration earlier that afternoon. In it, Morgan stood at the edge of the crowd, clipboard forgotten in her hands, her expression so transparently yearning that she barely recognized herself. Despite her attempts at professional distance all day, the camera had captured exactly what she'd been trying to hide. That's not," she stammered, feeling oddly exposed. "It's got the most likes of anything we've ever posted," Mateo said proudly. "Everyone loves a good festival romance." "It's not a festival romance," Morgan protested weakly. The twins exchanged identical looks of disbelief. "Sure, and these aren't the best social media statistics we've ever had," Sophia said, rolling her eyes. "We'll let you get back to making sure everything's running smoothly." She made exaggerated air quotes around the phrase. As they disappeared back into the crowd, Morgan took a deep breath and reminded herself to focus. There was still work to be done, final checks to complete, and a lantern ceremony to orchestrate at the end of the night. She couldn't afford to get distracted, even if that particular distraction had warm brown eyes and a smile that made her insides flutter like she was 16 again. She made her way through the festival methodically, clipboard in hand, checking in with vendors and volunteers. The logistics were working beautifully, the indoor plumbing holding up to the increased attendance, the vintage freight elevator running smoothly for accessibility between floors, the makeshift kitchen stations handling the increased power load without a hitch. "Morgan." Harold Jenkins waved her over to where he stood beside his hardware store booth, where he was selling commemorative summer lights toolkits. She steeled herself, expecting some backhanded compliment or a slip-up with her pronouns. Harold had been making an effort lately, but their interactions still often left her feeling slightly diminished. "I wanted to tell you," he began, then cleared his throat awkwardly. "You've created something truly special here, Morgan. Your vision has transformed more than just this old building." The use of her name, her real name spoken with such natural ease, and the genuine respect in his voice touched her deeply. This was the man who had known her since childhood, who had initially struggled the most with her identity, now acknowledging not just her work, but her womanhood without hesitation. "Thank you, Harold," she said softly. "That means a lot." "Well, don't get all misty-eyed on me," he grumbled, but his eyes crinkled at the corners. "Just calling it like I see it. Now go enjoy some of your own festival. You've earned it." Morgan nodded, unexpectedly moved by this small exchange that represented so much about her journey in this town. She continued her rounds, accepting congratulations that felt increasingly bittersweet as she thought about her unresolved situation with Mara. As she turned a corner into a quieter section of the mill, she spotted a familiar figure waiting by one of the tall windows, silhouetted against the nighttime view of their storm-drenched town. "Figured you'd make it here eventually on your rounds," Jasmine said, offering one of the 2 wine glasses in her hands. "Thought you might need this by now." Morgan accepted the glass gratefully. "Just making final checks before the lantern ceremony." "Of course you are." Jasmine leaned against the old brick wall, studying her sister with unusual gentleness. "I'm impressed, by the way." "With the festival?" Morgan took a sip of wine. "With that, yes. But also with how you've handled everything with Mara." Morgan started to deflect, but Jasmine continued, "I was wrong to warn you away. I'm still your protective big sister, and I didn't want to see you get hurt." She paused, swirling her wine thoughtfully. "But the way she looks at you, it's not fascination or curiosity. It's something real." The validation from her fiercely protective sister sent a surge of warmth through Morgan's chest, strengthening the courage she'd been gathering all day for what she planned to do. "Thank you," she said simply. "For seeing that." Jasmine lifted her glass in a small toast. "Just call it like I see it. Now finish your rounds so you can find her before the night ends." Morgan moved away with renewed purpose, her heart pounding with a strange mix of nervousness and determination. As she passed through the community history section, she paused at the makeshift gallery wall, where festival photos from previous years were displayed chronologically. She'd helped curate this exhibit, but hadn't taken time to really study it until now. The transformation visible in these images struck her deeply, not just of the festival growing under her guidance, but of herself. Photos from her first year back showed her still uncertain, her smile tight, her posture guarded as she stood slightly apart from groups. But as the images progressed through the years, she watched herself evolve, standing taller, smiling more freely, becoming the center of planning groups rather than hovering at their edges. Her fingers reached out to touch the latest edition, a candid shot taken during setup just days ago. In it, she and Mara were laughing together as they untangled strings of lights, their heads bent close, completely absorbed in each other. The image captured something beyond mere friendship or professional collaboration, something Morgan had been too afraid to fully acknowledge until now. The transformation was clear, from uncertainty to belonging, from isolation to connection. And the newest evolution was happening right now, if she was brave enough to claim it. The band began playing slower songs, signaling the evening's wind down before the final lantern ceremony. Morgan scanned the crowd more intentionally now, and finally spotted Mara near the dance floor, deep in conversation with her father. Daniel Holloway, still dashingly handsome even with his salt and pepper hair, caught Morgan's eye over Mara's shoulder. Something in his expression shifted, and he said something to his daughter before stepping away with a meaningful smile that reminded Morgan so much of Mara's that it made her heart skip. The path between Morgan and Mara seemed to clear almost magically, as if the entire festival had been orchestrated for this moment of connection. People moved aside without her having to navigate around them, creating a direct line to where Mara stood watching her approach. Despite the strain of their unresolved conversation on the rooftop garden, Mara's face lit up as their eyes met, the anxiety in her expression softening into something warm and hopeful. Morgan moved through the crowd with determination, her focus narrowing until all she could see was Mara, beautiful in the glow of the festival lights, her curly hair partially escaping from its clip, her eyes reflecting the constellation of tiny lights hanging above them. "Dance with me?" Morgan asked simply when she reached her, extending her hand. Mara's lips curved into a smile as she accepted, her fingers warm against Morgan's palm. As she stepped closer, Morgan noticed she was wearing the vintage earrings Morgan had complimented weeks ago, tiny silver stars that caught the light when she moved. It was a small detail, but it spoke volumes about intentions and memory. They moved together onto the dance floor with natural synchronicity. Morgan's hand rested lightly on Mara's waist, while Mara's fingers intertwined with hers. They fit together perfectly, as if they'd been dancing like this for years, instead of having this be their first real dance as adults. "Remember at prom when we danced as friends, because neither of our dates could keep rhythm?" Morgan asked softly, breaking their tension with shared history. Mara laughed, the sound musical and warm. "How could I forget?" Todd kept stepping on everyone's toes, and Jessica was too busy trying to make the quarterback jealous to even attempt dancing. "So we just danced together instead," Morgan continued. "I wanted to stay in that moment forever," Mara admitted, her voice growing softer. "I didn't understand why then." The admission created an opening for the conversation Morgan had been rehearsing all day. They swayed together to the gentle melody, surrounded by twinkling lights and community members who had watched their relationship unfold over the past weeks. "In high school, I couldn't tell you how I felt because I didn't fully understand myself yet," Morgan began, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "I knew something was different about how I saw myself, but I couldn't articulate it. And I definitely couldn't explain why being around you made everything both better and more confusing." Mara's eyes remained fixed on hers, encouraging her to continue. "Now I know exactly who I am," Morgan said, finding strength in the certainty of her identity, "and exactly how I feel about you." The directness of her words caused Mara to still in her arms, looking up with an intensity that gave Morgan courage to continue. "I don't want this to be another ending for us," Morgan said, her voice becoming more confident with each word. "I've been thinking about practical solutions, instead of impossible choices." The music continued around them, but Morgan barely heard it as she outlined the vision that had been forming in her mind since their rooftop conversation. "You don't have to choose between your career and this," Morgan said, not quite ready to name the feeling growing between them. "You could use the town as a home base while traveling for your blog. I could arrange my event schedule to join you sometimes when you're on the road. You mentioned the possibility of consulting on regional food festivals. I have connections all throughout New England." As she spoke, Morgan watched Mara's expression shift from surprise to tentative hope. "We deserve a chance to see what we could be together," Morgan concluded, finally voicing the hope she'd been afraid to name. "I think we've spent enough time apart, don't you?" As the song ended, couples moved around them toward the refreshment tables or to new conversations, but Morgan and Mara remained in place, creating a small island of intimacy in the crowded room. Mara's eyes shone with emotion as she revealed, "I already called Chicago to discuss remote work options. I was afraid to tell you because I wasn't sure if you wanted me to stay." The admission broke the last barrier between them. Morgan laughed softly, pressing her forehead against Mara's. "We've spent too many years not saying what we mean to each other." "Well, I'm saying it now," Mara whispered, her hands moving to cup Morgan's face gently. "I want to see where this goes. I want to figure out the logistics and make it work. Because when I'm with you, I feel like I've found something I didn't even know I was looking for." Under the constellation of lights they had hung together, surrounded by the successful festival they had created from crisis, Morgan finally kissed Mara without hesitation or fear, a public declaration of everything they had been building toward. The kiss was soft and perfect, a promise rather than a question. As they separated, Morgan caught their reflection in one of the mill's old windows, two women illuminated by festival lights, no longer shadows of who they once were but fully themselves, together in this moment that seemed both inevitable and miraculous. "Ladies and gentlemen," Mayor Winters's voice boomed through the sound system, "the final lantern lighting ceremony will begin in 15 minutes at the mill courtyard. Please collect your lanterns and make your way outside." The announcement broke through their private world, but Morgan kept Mara's hand firmly in hers, unwilling to let go just yet. "Ready for what comes next?" Morgan asked softly. Mara's answering smile contained everything she needed to know about their shared future. "Absolutely," she said, squeezing Morgan's hand. "Lead the way." Epilogue, home is where you are. Morgan hung the last string of fairy lights along the apartment windows, carefully tucking the cord behind the curtain rod. She stepped back to assess her work, tilting her head critically. The soft glow illuminated the snow falling steadily outside, transforming the ordinary street view into something magical. The lights, the fresh flowers on the dining table, the handmade welcome home banner she'd secretly commissioned from the Alvarez twins, everything was perfect, or as perfect as her meticulous nature would allow. 6 months into their relationship with Mara, Morgan still found herself amazed at how the anticipation of these returns filled her with excitement rather than anxiety. That transformation felt like one of the many gifts their relationship had given her. The ability to look forward without fear, to anticipate joy without waiting for its inevitable end. It was a testament to how far they'd come, both individually and together. She checked the time on her phone. Mara's last text indicated she was about 30 minutes out, delayed slightly by the increasingly heavy snowfall. Morgan moved to the kitchen, arranging a spread of Mara's favorite local treats on the countertop. Alina's blackberry scones, now a bakery bestseller thanks to Mara's blog feature, cheese from the new artisanal shop that had opened downtown, and mulled cider from the Firefly Cafe keeping warm on the stove. The apartment filled with cinnamon and clove scents that reminded Morgan of their first planning sessions. She spotted her emergency planner peeking out from beneath a stack of mail and tucked it into a drawer. No need for it these days, though she still jotted notes in it occasionally out of habit. The pages that had once been filled with anxieties and contingency plans now contained travel ideas and recipes. Morgan ran her fingers over the leather cover, acknowledging how this small object represented her journey from constant preparation for disaster to openness to possibility. The apartment above Olivia's bookstore had transformed over the months into a perfect reflection of their shared life. Morgan's meticulous organization blended with Mara's creative touches in ways that surprised them both with their compatibility. Clean lines and labeled storage containers lived harmoniously alongside vintage cookbooks and colorful throw pillows. Morgan straightened Mara's collection of vintage cooking tools displayed on the wall, running her fingers over the etched rolling pin that had belonged to Mara's grandmother. She smiled at how naturally their lives had intertwined in this space, a home that neither had planned but both had created. While checking her phone for Mara's travel updates, Morgan noticed the local news headline, "Summer Lights Festival Planning Committee receives Regional Tourism Award." Her lips curved into a proud smile. What had begun as an emergency venue change had evolved into a beloved tradition. This year's festival was already scheduled for the mill, with a waiting list for vendor spots. Communities from neighboring counties had begun requesting Morgan's consultation for their own events, expanding her business in ways she never anticipated. Just yesterday she turned down 3 new clients, a luxury that still felt surreal. The notification disappeared as another text from Mara appeared, "Just turning onto Main Street. The snow is gorgeous but treacherous. Can't wait to be home." Home. The word still created a warm flutter in Morgan's chest. The sound of a car door closing sent Morgan to the window. She spotted Mara hurrying through the snow below, her dark curls peeking from beneath a colorful knit hat Morgan had never seen before, likely a Chicago purchase. Watching Mara juggle her luggage and what appeared to be bakery boxes, always bringing food, even when returning to a fully stocked kitchen, Morgan felt a rush of affection so intense it momentarily overwhelmed her. She pressed her palm against the cool glass, watching Mara's familiar figure navigate the snowy sidewalk. Morgan still sometimes found it difficult to believe that this was her life now, that the anxious girl who had left town to find herself had returned as a woman who had not only found herself but found love too. Morgan moved quickly to the apartment door, opening it and listening for Mara's footsteps on the stairs. When they came quicker than Morgan expected, she stepped into the hallway. Their eyes met, and Mara's face broke into the smile that still made Morgan's heart skip, the one that crinkled the corners of her eyes and revealed the slight dimple in her left cheek. "Let me help," Morgan said, reaching for one of the bags as Mara reached the landing. "My hero," Mara replied, relinquishing a bakery box and her carry-on. "I thought Chicago was cold, but I forgot how this place takes winter seriously." Morgan led the way into the apartment, setting down the items before turning back to help with the rest. They fell into an embrace that felt like both coming home and a new adventure. Morgan breathed in Mara's scent, a mixture of her vanilla perfume, airplane coffee, and the cold winter air still clinging to her coat. "You've added more light since our video call yesterday," Mara observed between kisses, her cold nose pressed against Morgan's warm neck. "Needed something to keep my hands busy," Morgan admitted, helping Mara out of her snow-dusted coat. They fell easily into their reunion routine, Mara shedding layers, Morgan hanging them carefully, both of them gravitating toward the kitchen where warmth and food awaited. "The whole place smells amazing," Mara said, unwinding her scarf. "Is that Alina's cider recipe?" Morgan nodded, pouring the fragrant liquid into 2 waiting mugs. "With my own adjustments. More cinnamon, less clove." "Always improving things," Mara teased, accepting the mug gratefully and wrapping her cold hands around it. "One of your many talents." As they settled at the kitchen counter with their steaming mugs, Mara unpacked Chicago pastries alongside her stories, the success of her guest blog series, meetings with potential cookbook publishers, and countless food adventures. Morgan listened intently, genuinely delighted by Mara's professional growth rather than threatened by it. She loved watching Mara's animated expressions as she described a particularly innovative chef she'd interviewed, or a neighborhood food tour she discovered. When Mara hesitantly mentioned an offer to extend her Chicago project another month, her careful tone indicated she was testing their arrangement. She bit her lower lip, that familiar tell that signaled her anxiety, and her eyes scanned Morgan's face for reaction. "You should take it if it excites you," Morgan said with genuine support, surprising herself with how much she meant it. "Actually, the mayor's tourism committee wants me to visit 3 regional festivals during that same period anyway. I was trying to find a way to tell you I'd be traveling too." Relief visibly washed over Mara's features. "Really? I was worried about changing our plans. We said 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, and this would push it to nearly a month." The ease of their conversation about separate opportunities reflected months of building trust, learning that distance didn't diminish their connection but often strengthened it through shared growth and enthusiastic reunions. "Our schedule was always meant to be flexible," Morgan reminded her, reaching across the counter to tuck a stray curl behind Mara's ear. "The point was creating space for both our dreams, not sticking to arbitrary dates." Mara caught Morgan's hand and pressed a kiss to her palm. "When did you get so wise?" The Morgan I first met back had a color-coded schedule for everything, including spontaneity. "I scheduled time to work on that," Morgan replied dryly, earning the laugh she'd hoped for. They moved to the couch beneath the window lights, carrying their mugs and a plate of pastries. Morgan tucked her feet beneath her, watching as Mara described the potential cookbook deal with increasing excitement. The snow continued to fall outside, creating a perfect backdrop to their cozy reunion. After Mara finished explaining the publisher's concept, for showcasing regional American comfort foods with international influences, Morgan admitted she couldn't wait until their planned holiday exchange tomorrow. "I have something for you," she said, suddenly nervous despite their comfortable intimacy. She retrieved a small wrapped box from her desk drawer, watching Mara's curious expression as she returned to the couch. "But we agreed to wait until tomorrow," Mara protested weakly, her eyes already fixed on the package. "Consider it an early celebration of your Chicago success," Morgan said, handing over the box. She watched anxiously as Mara carefully unwrapped it, lifting the lid to reveal an antique key on a handcrafted keychain. Confusion crossed Mara's face as she lifted it, turning it over in her hand. "It's beautiful, but what does it open?" she asked. Morgan took a deep breath. "It's for the empty storefront next to Alina's," she revealed. "The lease is signed for a cooking class space and test kitchen. You mentioned wanting a professional anchor between travels." She trailed off as Mara's eyes widened with understanding, then filled with tears. "You remembered that conversation from 3 months ago?" Mara asked, visibly moved by the thoughtfulness behind the gift. "I remember everything," Morgan replied, echoing words from their gazebo reunion. "You said you loved traveling for your blog, but missed having a consistent space to develop recipes. That sometimes hotel kitchens and borrowed spaces limited your creativity." Mara stared at the key in her palm. "Morgan, I don't even know what to say. This is enormous." "It's not as scary as it sounds," Morgan hastened to explain. "The space was reasonably priced since it's been vacant for years. The lease is flexible, 6 months to start. And I've already spoken with 3 local high schools about potential student workshops, plus Elena is thrilled about possible collaboration events." "You've thought of everything," Mara said, wiping away happy tears. "This is beyond thoughtful. It's exactly what I didn't even know to ask for." Suddenly, Mara sat up straight. "Wait here," she insisted, hurrying to retrieve her carry-on bag. She rummaged through it, before returning with a carefully wrapped package. "I can't possibly wait until tomorrow now." Morgan took the package, feeling its substantial weight. She unwrapped it, to reveal a beautifully bound leather travel journal. As Morgan opened it, she found detailed research on famous light festivals across the world: Japan's Winter Illuminations, Amsterdam's Light Festival, Thailand's Lantern celebrations, with notes on local food specialties, accommodation options, and potential professional contacts. "Research for my blog and inspiration for your event planning," Mara explained, moving closer on the couch. "Adventures we can share while both growing our careers. I've already made some connections in Thailand who are interested in a feature that combines your event expertise with my food perspective." Morgan flipped through the pages, touched by the hours of research each entry represented. "This is incredible," she said, running her fingers over Mara's familiar handwriting. "You've created a roadmap for experiences we can share." "That's us, isn't it?" Mara said softly. "Separate paths that keep finding beautiful ways to intersect." As snow continued falling outside their window, Morgan set the journal aside and took out her phone, scrolling through her music library. Finding what she wanted, she connected to the speaker system and turned on the soft melody, the same song they had danced to during the festival's final night. Without words, Mara rose to join her in a slow dance across their living room, the fairy lights reflecting in both their eyes. They moved together with the practiced ease of partners who had learned each other's rhythms. "When I came back to this town," Morgan said softly against Mara's hair, "I thought I was just returning to a place I knew. I never expected to find a home in a person." Mara's arms tightened around her waist. "Home was always people for me, not places. I just needed to find the right person to remind me of that." As they swayed together beneath the twinkling lights that mirrored where their story truly began, Morgan realized that after years of creating festivals for others to celebrate milestone moments, she was finally experiencing the magic herself, not in grand gestures or perfect plans, but in the quiet certainty that wherever they went or however long they were apart, they always found their way back to each other.
Thank you for listening. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.